Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. That day started like any other. I woke up late because I'd been working the night shift at a warehouse over in Monticello, and my sleep schedule was all messed up. By the time I got moving, the sun was already dipping low, casting long shadows through the trees. The trailer was a piece of junk, rusty in spots, with a leaky roof when it rained, but it was cheap, and it was mine. I spent most of the afternoon inside, watching TV and trying to ignore the pile of trash that had been building up by the door. See, I didn't have regular trash pickup out there. I had to bag it all up and drive it to the dump once a week, but I'd been putting it off. The smell was starting to get to me, so I figured I'd take it out to the burn barrel before it got too dark. Now, taking out the trash at night wasn't something I normally did. The woods around my place were full of noises. Coyotes, owls, sometimes bigger things like deer or even the occasional bear, so I always tried to do it during the day. But that evening I was feeling lazy and just wanted to get it over with. I grabbed the heaviest trash bag, the one with all the food scraps, and I picked up my machete from by the door. I kept that machete around for cutting back brush, or just for peace of mind. It was an old beat-up thing with a wooden handle, but it was sharp enough to slice through vines, or God forbid, something else. I stepped outside, and the air was cool and damp, the way it gets in the fall around here. The sky was turning this deep purple, and the trees were just black shapes against it. I could hear the usual sounds, crickets chirping, leaves rustling, but nothing out of the ordinary. I walked toward the burn barrel, which was about 20 feet from the trailer right at the edge of the woods. The ground was uneven, covered in pine needles and fallen branches, so I was watching my step. My flashlight was in my other hand, but I hadn't turned it on yet. There was still enough light to see by. As I got closer to the barrel, I felt this weird chill, like the temperature had dropped suddenly. I remember thinking it was just the wind, but there wasn't any wind. I shrugged it off and lifted the trash bag to toss it in, but that's when it happened. Out of nowhere, something grabbed my ankle, not like a branch or a root. This was deliberate. Cold, leathery fingers wrapped around my leg just above my sneaker. They were too long, way too long to be human, and they squeezed so hard it felt like my bone was going to snap. I froze for a second, my heart hammering in my chest. I looked down, but it was too dark to see much. All I could make out was this pale, skinny hand, if you could call it that, with fingers that seemed to stretch on forever. The grip was icy, like it was sucking the heat right out of me. Panic shot through me, and I didn't think. I just swung the machete. I brought it down hard, aiming for where I thought the arm would be. The blade hit something solid, but not like wood or metal. It was more like cutting into tough, rubbery flesh. There was this sickening thud, and then the thing let out a screech. God, that sound. It wasn't like any animal I'd ever heard. It was high-pitched and staticky, like a radio tuned to dead air, but screaming. It echoed through the woods, and I felt it in my teeth. The fingers let go, and I didn't wait to see what happened next. I dropped the trash bag and the machete and ran for the trailer. My ankle throbbed where it had been grabbed, but I didn't look back. I stumbled up the steps, fumbled with the door handle, and slammed it shut behind me. I locked it, then leaned against it, breathing so hard I thought I'd pass out. For a minute I just stood there, listening. Everything was quiet outside, but my ears were ringing from that screech. I could still feel the cold from those fingers on my skin, like a bruise forming already. I finally turned on the lights inside, my hands shaking so bad I could barely flip the switch. The trailer felt small and cramped, but at least it was familiar. I peered out the window, but it was pitch black now. No movement, no sound. Part of me wanted to believe I'd imagined it, that it was just an animal, a possum or a raccoon, but I knew better. That grip was too intentional, and that sound was nothing natural. I sat down on the couch trying to calm myself, but then I heard it, a soft scraping noise coming from under the trailer. At first, I thought it was the wind or maybe a branch, but it was too rhythmic. It sounded like something dragging itself along the ground. I got down on my hands and knees and pressed my ear to the floor. The noise was clearer now, a slow, deliberate movement, circling around the trailer. It would start near the front, then move to the side, then the back, like it was pacing. My skin crawled. I stayed low, listening as it went round and round. Every time it passed under where I was, I could feel the floor vibrate slightly. It wasn't heavy, but it was constant. I thought about calling someone, but who? The police would think I was crazy, and my family lived hours away. So I just sat there, trapped, with this thing underneath me. I grabbed a kitchen knife and held it tight, but what good would that do? I'd already used the machete, and it hadn't stopped it. The hours dragged on. I checked the clock. It was only 9 o'clock, then 10, then 11. The circling never stopped. Sometimes it would pause, and I'd hold my breath, hoping it was gone, but then it would start up again. I could hear it scratching at the skirting around the trailer, like it was trying to find a way in. I thought about the crawl space under there. It was dark and damp, full of spider webs and who knows what else. The idea of something living in there made me want to vomit. Around midnight, I noticed my ankle was hurting worse. I pulled up my jeans to look, and there it was, a bruise. Not just any bruise, but a perfect ring of dark purple and blue, like where those fingers had been. It was already swollen, and when I touched it, it felt cold, even though the rest of me was sweating. That's when it really hit me. This wasn't some random attack. Whatever it was, it had marked me. I tried to distract myself by turning on the TV, but I kept the volume low so I could still listen. The noise under the trailer was relentless. It wasn't fast or aggressive, just steady, like it had all night to do this. I thought about what it could be. I'd heard stories from old-timers about night crawlers, things that come out after dark and hunt in the woods. I never put much stock in it, but now it fit. The long fingers, the cold touch, the static scream. It wasn't human, and it wasn't any animal I knew. As the night wore on, I started to feel more and more trapped. The trailer, which had always been my refuge, felt like a cage. Every creak of the floorboards made me jump. I'd get up to peek out the window, but I couldn't see anything. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the faint glow from my lights inside. I thought about making a run for my truck, but it was parked out front, and I'd have to go outside. No way was I doing that. Around 3 in the morning, the circling changed. It slowed down, and I heard this low, guttural sound, almost like a whisper, but I couldn't make out words. It was like static again, but softer, like it was talking to itself. I pressed my ear to the floor, and for a second it felt like it was right under me, listening back. I jerked away, my heart in my throat. This thing wasn't just moving, it was aware of me. It knew I was in here. I spent the next couple of hours just sitting on the floor, back against the wall, knife in hand. I was exhausted, but too scared to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd feel that cold grip on my ankle or hear that screech. The bruise ached with a dull, throbbing pain, and I kept rubbing it, trying to warm it up, but it stayed cold. I wondered if it was some kind of poison or something, but it just felt dead. Finally, around 5 in the morning, the sky started to lighten. The black outside turned to grey, and the noises under the trailer stopped, just like that. 1 minute it was there, the next, silence. I waited, listening for what felt like an hour, but nothing. The birds started chirping, and the normal sounds of dawn returned. I felt a sliver of relief, but I was still too scared to move. When the sun was fully up, I forced myself to go to the door and unlock it. I opened it slowly, expecting something to jump out, but the yard was empty. The trash bag was still where I dropped it, and the machete was lying nearby. I stepped outside, my legs wobbly, and scanned the area. Nothing. No tracks, no signs of anything unusual. I walked over to where it had grabbed me, and the ground was just dirt and leaves. No blood, no marks, nothing. I picked up the machete and saw a dark smear on the blade, like old, dried blood. But it was blackish and sticky. I wiped it off on the grass, my hands shaking. Then I looked at my ankle again. The bruise was still there, dark and vivid. It stayed for about a week before it faded, but the memory hasn't. I never figured out what it was. I asked around, but most people just shrugged or said it was probably a wild animal. But I know what I felt, what I heard. That cold, leathery grip, those two long fingers, the static scream. It wasn't natural. I moved out of that trailer a few months later, couldn't stand being there after that. And I never ever took the trash out at night again. To this day, if I'm outside after dark, I feel like something's watching me, waiting. I don't know if it was a night crawler or something else, but it was real, and it happened to me. Merceau, story 2. I'm 22 now, but this happened back when I was 16, and my cousin was staying with me at my dad's house for the weekend. That place always had a weird vibe, like the air was thicker inside, and you could feel something watching you from the corners. It wasn't just in my head. My cousin felt it too. We'd talked about it before, how the house felt heavy, almost angry. But that day was different. That was the day everything went from creepy to straight-up terrifying, and I've never been able to shake it off. It started early that morning, around 8 o'clock. I woke up feeling uneasy, like I'd slept wrong or something. But it was more than that. The house was too quiet, but not in a peaceful way. It was the kind of quiet that feels like it's holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. My cousin was still asleep in the other bed, and I just lay there for a bit, staring at the ceiling and trying to ignore the knot in my stomach. We were in my old room, which had these pale yellow walls that looked sickly in the morning light, and the shadows seemed to cling to the corners longer than they should have. After a while, I got up and decided to put on some music to lighten the mood. I grabbed my phone and played The Cave by Mumford & Sons. It was one of my favorite songs at the time, but the second it started, my cousin stirred awake and sat up, her face all pinched. She said the song gave her the creeps, that it sounded like something from a horror movie with those chanting vocals and the steady beat. I laughed it off at first, telling her she was being silly, but I could see she was serious. Her eyes were wide, and she kept glancing around the room like she expected something to move. I turned it off, but the feeling stuck with us, this low-level dread that just wouldn't go away. We spent the next couple of hours hanging out in my room, trying to ignore the weird atmosphere. Around 10 in the morning, I realized I couldn't find my phone. I'd had it right next to me on the bed, but when I reached for it, it was gone. We searched everywhere, under the beds, in the drawers, between the couch cushions in the living room. Nothing. My cousin helped me look, and we were both getting frustrated because it wasn't like the phone could have just walked away. The house felt even heavier now, like the walls were pressing in on us, and I remember my hands were shaking a little as I dug through my backpack for the third time. After about 20 minutes of searching, we gave up and decided to check the kitchen. That's when I saw it. My phone was sitting right in the middle of the counter, screen facing up, and it was playing The Cave on a low, almost whispery volume. I hadn't touched it in over an hour, and I knew for a fact I hadn't been playing music when it disappeared. The song was so quiet, like it was coming from another room, but it was definitely my phone. My cousin froze next to me, and I could hear her breathing get shallow. I walked over and picked it up. The screen was lit, showing the album art, and the volume was set to the lowest level, but I hadn't adjusted it. I felt this cold rush down my spine, and my heart started hammering in my chest. We just stood there for a minute, not saying anything, because what could we say? It was too weird to be a coincidence. We tried to brush it off after that, telling ourselves maybe I'd accidentally left it there or something, but we both knew that wasn't true. The rest of the morning was tense. We stayed in the living room, trying to watch TV, but neither of us could focus. Every little noise made us jump, the fridge humming, the floorboards creaking. Even the wind outside sounded like it was whispering. Around noon, my cousin said she needed a shower to calm down. I stayed on the couch, flipping through channels and trying not to think about the phone thing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. A few minutes after she went into the bathroom, I heard this loud, sharp cracking sound, followed by a gush of water. I bolted up from the couch and ran to the hallway. Water was seeping out from under the bathroom door, and I could hear my cousin screaming. I pushed the door open, and the scene inside made my blood run cold. A pipe had burst through the wall next to the shower, spraying water everywhere in a furious arc. It wasn't just leaking. It was like something had punched through the drywall from the inside. My cousin was standing there, soaked and shaking, her hands over her mouth. She hadn't done anything. She just turned on the water like normal, and then boom, the wall exploded. I rushed in and helped her out of the bathroom, both of us slipping on the wet floor. We were drenched and panicking. I grabbed my phone, which was still in my pocket from earlier, and called my dad. He didn't answer, so I tried the neighbor, an older guy named Mr. Henderson, who lived down the street. He came over within minutes, bringing tools and a shut-off valve key. While he worked on stopping the water, my cousin and I stood in the hallway, hugging ourselves and shivering. The water was everywhere, pooling on the floor and dripping down the walls, and the air smelled like damp and rust. Mr. Henderson got the water turned off, but he kept shaking his head, saying he'd never seen a pipe burst like that without some kind of pressure build-up or damage. He said it looked almost intentional, which made my stomach twist. After he left, we spent the next couple of hours mopping up the mess. The whole house felt even more oppressive now, like whatever was in there was pleased with the chaos. We were both exhausted and on edge, so around 3 in the afternoon, we decided to get out for a bit. We walked to the gas station down the road to grab some snacks and just breathe air that didn't feel like it was sucking the life out of us. The walk was quiet. We didn't talk much, just kept pace with each other, our shoulders tense. The sky was overcast, casting everything in a dull grey light, and the streets were empty, which only added to the eerie feeling. At the gas station, we bought some chips and soda, and for a few minutes sitting on the curb outside, it almost felt normal, but the whole time I couldn't stop glancing back toward the house, like it was pulling at me. We headed back around 4:30, and as we approached the front door, I felt this wave of dread wash over me. The house looked the same as always, peeling paint, overgrown bushes, but it felt like it was glaring at us. We went inside, and everything was quiet, too quiet again. We dropped our bags in the living room and were about to head to my room when we heard it. From the kitchen, there was this series of loud, deliberate thumps, like someone was moving heavy furniture around, but there was no one else in the house. My dad was out of town, and we'd locked the door behind us. My cousin grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. We stood frozen in the hallway, listening. The sounds kept coming. Drag, thud, drag, like something big was being pulled across the floor. It wasn't random. It had a rhythm to it, almost purposeful, too heavy for mice or any animal and way too loud. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and my legs felt like jelly. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and too fast, and my cousin was trembling beside me. Then the sound stopped for a second, and we heard what sounded like footsteps, heavy and slow, moving toward the kitchen doorway. That's when pure panic set in. We didn't wait to see what it was, we just ran. I don't even remember deciding to move. My body just took over. We sprinted down the hall to my room, slammed the door shut, and I fumbled with the lock until it clicked. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely turn the knob. Once the door was locked, we backed away from it, pressing ourselves against the far wall. My cousin slid down to the floor, burying her face in her knees, and started crying. I sank down next to her, my own tears hot on my cheeks. We were both sobbing, holding onto each other, and I could feel her whole body shaking against mine. The sounds from the kitchen had stopped, but the silence was worse. It felt like whatever was out there was waiting, listening to us. My cousin pulled out her phone and called her mom, her voice breaking as she begged her to come get her right away. She didn't even explain properly, just said we weren't safe and needed to leave. Her mom said she'd be there in 20 minutes, and those were the longest 20 minutes of my life. We stayed huddled on the floor, not talking, just listening for any noise. Every creak of the house made us flinch, and I kept my eyes glued to the door, half expecting it to fly open. When her mum's car pulled up, we scrambled to our feet, unlocked the door, and ran out of the house without looking back. We didn't even grab our stuff. We just bolted. As we drove away, I glanced back at the house, and it looked dark and still, but I could almost feel it watching us go. Later, after I'd calmed down a bit, I realized what had happened. That house, tied to my dad, who always had this dark, angry energy around him, was trying to push my cousin out. It wanted me alone, isolated, so whatever was attached to him could have me to itself. The music, the phone, the pipe, the sounds, it was all meant to scare her away. And it worked. She never stayed over again after that, and I started avoiding the place too whenever I could. But that day, hearing those movements in the kitchen and feeling that overwhelming dread, I knew without a doubt that something malevolent was in that house with us. I still don't know what it was, and I probably never will, but sometimes when I'm alone in the dark, I think about it, and the fear comes rushing back like it never left. Story 3. We were living in this old house on the outskirts of town. It wasn't anything special, just a 2-story place with a big yard that backed up into some woods. The house had been in my family for a while, and my wife and I had moved in after my dad passed away. It was cheap, and we needed a place to stay while I was between jobs. The neighborhood was quiet, mostly families and older folks, and nights were usually dead silent. That's why what happened stood out so much. It was a Thursday night, I remember, because I'd just gotten off work late, and I was tired. My wife had already gone to bed and the kids were asleep upstairs. I decided to step outside for a smoke before turning in. The air was cool for early October, and there was a light breeze that made the trees rustle. I sat on the back porch steps, looking out into the yard. The moon was almost full, so it wasn't completely dark, but shadows stretched everywhere from the oak trees and the fence. At first, I didn't notice anything unusual. I was just sitting there, taking a drag from my cigarette, letting my mind wander. Then, I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. I turned my head, thinking it was probably a raccoon or a deer. We got those sometimes. But it wasn't an animal. It was a shadow, but not like any shadow I'd ever seen. It was darker than the rest, almost pitch black, and it darted from behind one tree to another so fast it made my heart jump. I squinted, trying to get a better look, but it was gone. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me because I was tired. I took another puff and tried to ignore it, but then I saw another one, this time closer to the house. It was the same thing, a human-shaped shadow, but with no features, just a black silhouette that moved in a blur. It zipped across the grass and vanished behind the shed. My skin started to crawl. I stood up, dropping my cigarette and stamping it out. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, and my hands were getting clammy. I walked to the edge of the porch, peering into the yard. The breeze had picked up, and the leaves were whispering, but otherwise it was quiet. Too quiet. I remember thinking that even the crickets had stopped chirping. Then I saw more of them. 3 or 4 shadows darting around near the tree line. They weren't solid, they were like wisps of darkness. But they moved with purpose, like they were aware of each other. One would zip from one spot to another, and another would follow, almost like they were playing some kind of game. But there was no sound, no footsteps, nothing. Just these silent, shifting shapes. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I wanted to go inside, lock the door and forget about it, but I couldn't look away. It was like watching a horror movie, except I was right there in it. My legs felt heavy, and I had to grip the porch railing to steady myself. I kept telling myself it was my imagination, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. These things were real, and they were in my yard. Then one of them stopped moving. It was standing near the big oak tree, about 20 feet from me. It was taller than the others, and it seemed to be looking right at me. I couldn't see eyes or a face, but I felt its gaze, if that makes any sense. It was like being stared at by something that shouldn't exist. My breath caught in my throat, and I could hear my own heartbeat thumping in my ears. I wanted to run, but I was frozen, just staring back. That's when it spoke. The voice didn't come from any direction. It was like it was inside my head, but at the same time, it felt like it was right next to me. It was low and raspy, almost a whisper, but it cut through the silence like a knife. It said, "You're going to get some money." Just like that. No hello, no warning, just those words. I felt a jolt go through my body like I'd been shocked. My stomach twisted into a knot, and for a second I thought I might throw up. The voice wasn't friendly or threatening, it was flat, emotionless, like it was stating a fact. But it felt wrong, deeply wrong. I stumbled backward, almost tripping over the steps. I fumbled for the door handle, my hands shaking so bad I could barely turn the knob. I slammed the door shut and locked it, then leaned against it, breathing hard. I could still feel that cold, eerie presence outside. I peeked through the window, but the yard was empty now. The shadows were gone. Everything was still, like nothing had happened. But I knew what I'd seen and heard. I didn't sleep at all that night. I stayed up, sitting in the living room with all the lights on, jumping at every little noise. My wife came down at one point and asked what was wrong, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her. I just said I had a bad dream and needed some air. She went back to bed, but I stayed there, staring out the window, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. The rest of the night passed slowly, and by morning I was exhausted but too wired to rest. I went to work the next day feeling like a zombie. I couldn't concentrate, and every time someone mentioned money or luck, my mind went back to that voice. "You're going to get some money." What did that mean? Was it a threat? A promise? I started thinking about all the ways I could get money, maybe a bonus at work or finding something valuable, but it didn't feel right. The memory of those shadows and that voice haunted me. I'd catch myself looking over my shoulder, expecting to see one of them lurking in the corners of my vision. Days turned into weeks, and life went back to normal, but I never forgot that night. I avoided going outside after dark, and I kept the yard lights on all the time. My wife noticed I was jumpy, but I brushed it off as stress. Then, about a month later, I bought a lottery ticket on a whim. I never usually play, but I was at the gas station and had some extra change. I didn't think much of it until the drawing happened. I won $200,000, just like that. When I found out, I didn't feel happy or excited. I felt cold all over, like someone had dumped ice water on me. All I could think about was that voice in the yard. "You're going to get some money." It wasn't a coincidence. It couldn't be. The money should have been a blessing. We paid off debts, fixed up the house, even took a vacation. But every time I thought about it, I felt this dread in the pit of my stomach. It was like the shadows had given me a gift, but it came with strings attached that I couldn't see. I never saw the shadows again after that night, and no one else in my family ever mentioned anything strange. But I've always wondered what they were and why they chose me. Was it a warning? A prediction? I don't know. To this day, I can't explain it, and I doubt I ever will. The money's long gone, but the memory of that voice and those darting shadows is stuck with me forever. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still get this creeping feeling that they're out there, watching, waiting, and I have no idea what for. Story 4. It's not always big things. It's the little stuff that wears you down. A whisper from the hallway when you know everyone's asleep. The faint smell of perfume that isn't mine. Something floral and old-fashioned that hangs in the air for a few seconds and then is gone. A book left on the coffee table that I know for a fact was on the shelf in the bedroom. Small, stupid things that you could explain away if they happened once. But they don't. They happen every night. The worst part is the feeling. It's not a feeling of being in danger, not exactly. It's a constant, low-grade unease, like a vibration in the air. It's the feeling that you're not alone, even when you are. It's the sensation of being watched from the empty corner of the room. It's knowing deep in my gut that there are two of them, a man and a woman. I don't know how I know that, I just do. It's a knowledge that sits in the back of my head, a cold, hard fact. I sense him as a sort of heavy, silent presence, and her as something quicker, lighter, the one who moves the things and makes the whispers. Our dog, Buddy, he's 16 years old, a golden retriever with a grey muzzle and stiff hips. He's slept through everything for most of his life. Thunderstorms, parties, you name it. But for this past year, every night, right around 3, he'll wake up. His head will come up off his bed in the corner of our room. His ears will prick, and he'll just stare at the closed bedroom door. Sometimes he'll let out this low, rumbling growl from deep in his chest, a sound I've never heard him make before all this started. Other times, he'll get up, his joints cracking, and he'll pace. He'll walk from our bedroom door to the far wall and back again, his nose to the floor, his tail stiff, like he's following a scent, like he's following someone. And his eyes, they track something moving across the room, something I can't see. It's one of the most chilling things I've ever witnessed. Mark sleeps through it most of the time. If he does wake up, he'll just tell Buddy to lie down, and then he's back asleep in seconds. He thinks I'm letting my imagination run away with me. He says old houses make noises, that Buddy is just getting senile, that I'm hearing the neighbors. But our neighbors are 100 yards away. And these noises aren't from outside. This one night, about a week ago, was different. It was the night that changed everything from a weird nuisance to pure, skin-crawling terror. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because I'd had a long, crap day at work, and I'd gone to bed early, exhausted. I fell into a deep, heavy sleep, the kind where you don't even dream. I was jolted awake by a sound, not a loud one. It was 3 distinct knocks. Tap, tap, tap. My eyes snapped open. The room was pitch black, the kind of dark that feels thick and heavy. The digital clock on my nightstand glowed red. 3:17, right on schedule. My heart was already thumping against my ribs, a frantic, panicked rhythm. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, listening so hard my ears hurt. The house was silent, the kind of silence that feels like it's pressing in on you. I could hear Mark breathing softly beside me, a steady, oblivious rhythm. I could hear the faint rustle of Buddy shifting on his bed. And then I heard it again. Not from the hallway this time. It was closer. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the other side of my bedroom door. A cold dread, sharp and immediate, washed over me. This was new. The activity was always out there, in the hall, the living room, the kitchen. It had never come right to our door. My mouth went dry. I reached out slowly, my hand trembling, and found Mark's shoulder. I shook him gently. "Mark," I whispered, my voice a dry croak. "Mark, wake up." He grunted, swatting my hand away in his sleep. "What?" "Go back to sleep, honey." "Did you hear that?" I hissed. "Hear what? It's nothing. The house." And with that, he rolled over, his back to me, and his breathing evened out again. Frustration mixed with my fear. It's so isolating when the person who's supposed to be your partner just dismisses the thing that's terrifying you. I was alone with this. I listened for another minute, maybe 2. Nothing. Just the heavy, waiting silence. Maybe it had stopped. Maybe it was over for the night. Then I felt it. I needed to pee. It was a stupid, mundane, physical need that suddenly felt like a monumental and dangerous task. Our bathroom is just across the hall, maybe 10 feet from our bedroom door. It felt like a mile. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, trying to ignore the pressure in my bladder, hoping it would just go away. But it didn't. It got worse. The fear of getting up was starting to war with the physical discomfort. Finally, the discomfort won. I had to go. I moved slowly, carefully, pushing the covers back. The air in the room was cool, and goosebumps erupted all over my arms. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, my feet flinching as they touched the cold wooden floor. Buddy lifted his head and looked at me, but he didn't get up. He just watched me with his big, dark eyes. I stood up, my legs feeling weak. I didn't turn on the light. The idea of the sudden brightness felt wrong, like it would be an announcement, a signal. I'd rather move in the dark. I tiptoed to the bedroom door, my hand outstretched. My fingers found the cool, smooth surface of the wooden door. I wrapped my hand around the doorknob. It was cold metal. I took a deep, shaky breath, turned the knob as silently as I could, and pulled the door open. The hallway was a tunnel of deeper blackness. I could just make out the shape of the bathroom door directly across from me. It was closed. I stepped out into the hall. The floorboards were icy under my bare feet. I moved quickly, my heart hammering, my senses screaming. I felt exposed like a target in an open field. I reached the bathroom door, my hand fumbling for the knob. I turned it, slipped inside, and closed the door behind me as quietly as I could. I didn't lock it. The click of the lock would have been too loud. I just stood there in the pitch-black bathroom, my back against the door, trying to calm my breathing. I could hear the blood pounding in my ears. After a moment, I reached out blindly and found the light switch. I flipped it. The sudden, harsh, fluorescent light made me blink. The bathroom looked normal. Our blue towels hanging on the rack, my toothbrush in its holder, a bottle of shampoo in the shower. Everything was in its place. The ordinariness of it was almost comforting. I did what I needed to do, the sound absurdly loud in the quiet. I flushed, the toilet's roar seeming to shake the whole house. I winced, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. I washed my hands, the warm water feeling good on my cold skin. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked terrible, pale, with dark circles under my eyes, my hair a mess. I looked like someone who was scared of her own house. I turned off the water and dried my hands on the towel. The silence had returned, but it felt different now. It felt like a held breath. I stood there, my hand on the doorknob, preparing myself for the quick dash back to the bedroom. Just open the door, 3 steps across the hall, and I'd be safe. I could dive back into bed, wake Mark up properly, and make him listen. I took another deep breath, trying to steady my nerves, and then it happened. Tap, tap, tap. 3 knocks, right on the other side of the bathroom door. They were crisp, clear, and impossibly close. The wood of the door vibrated faintly under my fingertips. My breath caught in my throat. Every hair on my body stood on end. A jolt of pure, undiluted terror shot through me, so sharp it felt like a physical blow. This wasn't a sound from down the hall. This was right here. Someone was on the other side of this door. My mind raced, a frantic, panicked mess. It's Mark. It has to be Mark. He woke up, saw I was gone, and came to check on me. That's it. It's just Mark. The logic was flimsy, a desperate life raft in a sea of fear. But I clung to it. Without thinking, driven by a surge of adrenaline and a desperate need for the simple human explanation, I yanked the door open. The hallway was empty, completely, utterly empty. The door to our bedroom was still ajar, just as I'd left it. The dark hallway stretched away to the left and right, vacant. There was no one there, no Mark, no Buddy, no one. The air was still and cold. I stood there, frozen in the bathroom doorway, my hand still gripping the knob. I couldn't process it. I had heard the knocks. I had felt them. They were real. And there was no one there. My eyes scanned the hallway, searching for a shadow, a movement, anything. Nothing. And then a new sound started. A slow, rhythmic shuff. 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 I looked down the hall towards the living room, and I saw Buddy. He was walking, his old body moving stiffly, his nose to the floor. He was pacing again, but this time it was different. He wasn't just wandering. He was walking a perfect straight line from the entrance to the living room to the wall near the front door, turning and walking back. It was a patrol, and his head was tilted up slightly, as if he was walking beside someone, his eyes fixed on a point in the empty air about waist-high to a person. He was following the man. I knew it with a certainty that turned my blood to ice, the heavy, silent presence I always sensed. Buddy was walking with him. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I could only watch, my body locked in place by a terror so complete it was paralyzing. Buddy reached the end of his path by the front door, turned and started back. As he passed the entrance to the hallway, he stopped. He turned his head and looked directly at me, standing in the bathroom doorway. He didn't wag his tail, he didn't come over, he just looked at me. And then he did the strangest, most chilling thing of all. He lifted his head a little higher, his gaze shifting from me to the empty space right next to me in the bathroom doorway. He let out a soft, almost inaudible whine, a sound of recognition, or maybe of concern. It was like he was looking at someone standing right beside me. A wave of nausea rolled over me. The woman. I sensed her then, more strongly than I ever had before. That quick, light presence, the one who whispers. She was right here, next to me, in the doorway with me. I felt a change in the air, a subtle drop in temperature on the left side of my body. I felt a faint pressure, like the ghost of a touch, on my left arm. Not a grab, not a push, just a presence, a consciousness focusing on me. That's when I broke. A strangled gasp escaped my lips, and I stumbled backward, back into the bathroom, slamming the door shut. My fumbling, trembling hands found the lock and twisted it. The click was deafening. I backed away from the door until my legs hit the side of the bathtub, and I slid down to the cold tile floor, pulling my knees up to my chest. I sat there, shaking uncontrollably, wrapped in my own arms. I was crying, silent, helpless tears of sheer terror. I could hear Buddy outside, his pacing stopping. Then I heard the soft pad of his paws as he came down the hall and lay down right outside the bathroom door. He let out a heavy sigh, the sound of him settling his old bones on the floor. He was guarding me, or he was guarding the door. I didn't know which. I don't know how long I sat there. It felt like hours. The red numbers on the little clock I kept on the bathroom sink eventually changed to 4:03. The witching hour was over. The oppressive feeling in the air began to lift, slowly, like a fog receding. The specific, localized cold I'd felt was gone. The house was just a house again. When I finally found the strength to unlock the door and open it, Buddy was still there, asleep on the floor. The hallway was just a hallway. I stepped over him and went back to the bedroom. Mark was still asleep, snoring softly. I crawled into bed, careful not to touch him. I didn't sleep. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling until the sun came up. I told Mark about it in the morning. I told him everything. The knocks, opening the door to nothing, Buddy pacing, the feeling of her next to me. He listened while he made coffee, his back to me. When he turned around, he had that patient, slightly exasperated look he gets. "You had a bad dream, babe," he said, handing me a mug. "A night terror. They feel incredibly real. And you know Buddy's arthritis acts up at night. He probably just needed to walk around." I didn't argue. What was the point? He hadn't been there. He hadn't felt the knocks vibrate through the door. He hadn't seen the way Buddy looked at the empty space beside me. Nothing has happened since that night. No knocks, no whispers, no moved objects. It's been completely quiet for a whole week. Buddy sleeps through the night again. Mark says, "See? It's over. It was all in your head." But he's wrong. The silence isn't peaceful. It's a different kind of dread. It's the feeling that they made their point. They let me know they're here, that they can get that close if they want to. The constant unease is gone, replaced by a cold, hard knot of certainty in my stomach. They're not gone, they're just waiting, and I don't know what they're waiting for. Story 5. I was maybe 8 or 9 years old, living in this nowhere little town where the biggest excitement was watching the corn grow taller each week. It was one of those sticky summer days where the air felt thick and heavy, like you were breathing through a wet blanket. I remember it was a Tuesday, because my mom had just done the laundry, and the smell of detergent was still hanging around the house, mixing with the heat. I was bored out of my mind, like kids get, and I decided to sneak off into the woods behind our property. My parents always warned me not to go too far, but I'd done it before and nothing ever happened, so why not? The woods weren't deep or scary, just a patch of trees that eventually led to an old creek. But that day, I veered off the path I usually took. I was kicking at rocks and dragging a stick along the ground, making lines in the dirt, when I noticed something odd through the bushes. It wasn't a proper building, more like a shack that someone had thrown together in a hurry. The wood was dark and splintered, like it had been left out in the rain for years, and it had this chimney poking out of the roof that looked all crooked, like it might topple over if you breathed on it too hard. What got me was how hidden it was, tucked away behind a thicket of thorny bushes, like whoever built it didn't want anyone to find it. I stopped and just stared for a minute. My heart was beating a little faster, not from fear yet, but from curiosity. I'd never seen anything like it around here. The town was small, everyone knew everyone, and if someone had built something new, word would have gotten around. This thing looked old, though, like it had been there forever, but no one ever talked about it. I took a step closer, and that's when I heard it. A low, steady hum, like a generator or some kind of machinery running inside. It wasn't loud, but it was constant, and it made the hairs on my arms stand up. The sound was mechanical, but there was a weird rhythm to it, like a heartbeat that wasn't quite right. I remember the ground was soft under my feet, all damp from recent rain, and the smell of wet leaves and mud was strong. I crept up to the shack, my sneakers sinking into the soil, and I could see there was a door, but it was just a slab of wood with no handle, like it was meant to be pushed open from the inside. The whole place gave me this uneasy feeling, like when you're alone in a room and you suddenly feel like someone's watching you. But I was a kid, and curiosity always wins over fear at that age. I reached out and knocked on the door. 3 quick taps with my knuckles, the way you do when you're not sure if anyone's home. For a second, nothing happened. The humming kept going, and I could feel it vibrating through the wood when I pressed my ear close. Then, out of nowhere, something knocked back. 3 sharp raps, exactly like mine, but harder, like whoever was on the other side was angry or impatient. My blood ran cold. I froze, my hands still hovering near the door, and I couldn't move. The knocking didn't come again, but the humming got a little louder, and I swear I heard a shuffling sound, like feet moving around inside. That's when the fear hit me full force. I turned and ran, not looking back, my legs pumping as fast as they could. Branches scratched at my arms and face, but I didn't care. I just had to get away from there. By the time I burst out of the woods and into our backyard, I was panting and sweating, my heart pounding in my ears. I stumbled into the house, and my mom took one look at me and said I was pale as a ghost. She felt my forehead and said I had a fever, which made sense because I started feeling dizzy and hot all over. The rest of the day is a blur, but I remember lying on the couch with a blanket, shivering even though I was burning up. The TV was on, some cartoon, but I couldn't focus on it. All I could think about was that shack and the knocking. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see that crooked chimney or hear that humming, and it made my stomach twist. As the afternoon wore on, the fever got worse. My mum gave me some medicine, but it didn't help much. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was in this weird half-awake state where everything felt dreamy, but too real at the same time. That's when the hallucination started, if that's what it was. I found myself in a place that looked like a clearing in the woods, but it was darker, like twilight had settled in, even though it was still daytime. In the middle, there was a circle of children all holding hands, and a man standing in the center. They were singing, but it wasn't a song I recognized. It was low and monotonous, almost like a chant, and it sent chills down my spine. The man was tall and thin, dressed in dark clothes that seemed to blend into the shadows. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I got the impression he was older, with stringy hair and a hunched posture. The kids around him were just silhouettes, no distinct features, but they were moving in unison, swaying slightly to the song. What stuck with me the most was the smell, this odd, organic scent that filled the air. It was earthy, like damp soil and decay, but there was something else underneath, something sweet and rotten, like overripe fruit left out in the sun. It was so strong I could almost taste it, and it made me feel nauseous. I was watching from a distance, like I was hidden behind a tree, and I couldn't move or speak. The man's voice was raspy, and he'd pause every now and then, and the children would echo his words. It felt like it went on for hours, but it might have only been minutes. At one point, the man turned his head slightly, and I thought he looked right at me. Even though I couldn't see his eyes, I felt this intense coldness, like I'd been dunked in ice water. That's when I jolted awake, back on the couch, drenched in sweat and shaking. The room was quiet, except for the hum of the fridge, and the smell was gone, but the memory of it was seared into my brain. I never went back to that shack, and I never told anyone about it until now. Over the years, I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a fever dream, or maybe someone was living out there and I startled them. But the knocking, the machinery, the hallucination, it all felt connected, like pieces of a puzzle I couldn't solve. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I'll catch a whiff of something similar to that organic smell, and my heart will skip a beat. I'm grown now. But that day left a mark on me, this lingering unease that never really goes away. I still don't know what was in that structure or who the man was, and I doubt I ever will. Story 6. This was back when I was maybe 9 or 10 years old. It would have been the late 70s. My family was visiting my aunt and uncle in Lexington, Massachusetts. They lived in this old house, one of those New England homes that felt like it had been standing forever. It wasn't creepy, not in the daytime. It was just old. You could feel the age in the floorboards, in the way the doors didn't quite hang straight in their frames. I was put in the upstairs guest room, which was really more of a converted attic space. It had slanted ceilings that I could almost touch if I stood on my toes, and one small window that looked out over the backyard. The room was sparsely furnished, a wrought iron bed that squeaked if you moved an inch, a heavy wooden dresser with a mirror that had dark spots in the silvering, and in the far corner, this old, dusty trunk. The air always smelled faintly of mothballs and old wood. That particular night, I'd gone to bed like any other. I remember the sheets were stiff and smelled like they'd been line-dried. I fell asleep pretty quickly, the kind of deep, heavy sleep only a kid can manage after a long day of running around. I don't know what woke me up. It wasn't a sound, not really. It was more like a change in the quality of the silence. The room was pitch black, the kind of dark where you can't see your own hand in front of your face. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized there was a light in the corner of the room. Not a lamp, not any light source I could identify. It was a soft, silvery glow, like moonlight, but it was concentrated in one area, illuminating just the space around that old trunk. And in that pool of light, there was a woman. She was on her knees, bent over a large metal wash tub. She was scrubbing clothes against a washboard. The rhythmic scraping sound was the first thing I really registered. Scritch, scratch, scritch, scratch. It was a hollow, metallic sound, the sound of hard labor. She was wearing a dress, a blue and white gingham pattern with a high collar and long sleeves. It looked heavy, like cotton or maybe even wool. Over her hair, she had a red headscarf tied under her chin. I couldn't see her face clearly. She was focused on her work, her shoulders moving with the effort of scrubbing. I wasn't scared, not at first. My brain, fuzzy with sleep, just tried to make sense of it. The most logical explanation was that it was my mum. Maybe she couldn't sleep and was doing some weird late-night chore. It made no sense, but in that moment it was the only thing that fit. So I propped myself up on my elbows, the old bed springs groaning under me, and I said, "Mom?" The word was soft, sleep-slurred. That's when it happened. The woman stopped scrubbing. Her hands went still in the water, and then she began to fade. It wasn't like in the movies where someone vanishes in a puff of smoke. It was like someone was very slowly turning down a dimmer switch on a lamp. The silvery light around her got fainter and fainter. The solidness of her body, the crispness of the blue and white gingham dress, it all just dissolved. The scritch-scratch sound didn't stop abruptly. It just trailed off into nothing, as if the source of the sound was being moved further and further away until it was beyond the range of my hearing. Within a few seconds, she was gone. The light was gone. The corner of the room was just a dark corner again. The silence that rushed back in was a physical weight. It pressed down on my ears. I was sitting bolt upright in bed now, my heart starting to hammer against my ribs. The fear didn't come from seeing her. It came from her leaving. The sudden, absolute absence of something that had been so undeniably, vividly there. I stared into the darkness where she had been. My eyes were wide, straining to see anything, any remnant. There was nothing, just the vague shape of the trunk. I could feel the cold air of the room on my skin, raising goosebumps all along my arms. The hair on the back of my neck was standing up. I didn't scream. I didn't call out for my parents. I was frozen, gripped by a kind of primal confusion. My mind was reeling, trying to reprocess the last 60 seconds. I had seen a woman, I had spoken to her, and she had unmade herself in front of me. I slowly, carefully lay back down, pulling the stiff sheets up to my chin. I kept my eyes locked on that corner. Every shadow seemed to shift and move. The normal nighttime sounds of the house, the creak of a floorboard, the hum of the refrigerator downstairs, now sounded menacing, like something hiding its approach. I tried to convince myself it was a dream, a super vivid dream, but I was too awake. I could feel the rough texture of the sheets, smell the mothballs, hear the frantic thumping of my own heart. This was no dream. The memory was too sharp, too detailed. I could still picture the way the fabric of her dress strained across her back as she scrubbed. I could see the droplets of water glinting in that strange light as they fell from the clothes back into the tub. I must have lain there for hours, just staring into the darkness, too terrified to move, too terrified to close my eyes. My brain kept replaying the moment she faded. It was the most unnatural thing I had ever witnessed. Things are supposed to move. They walk away, they close a door, they leave. They don't just cease to be visible. It felt like a glitch, a tear in the fabric of everything I understood to be real. When the first grey light of dawn finally started to seep through the small window, it felt like a reprieve. The room slowly took on its familiar shapes, the dresser, the trunk, the slanted ceilings. It all looked so normal, so ordinary. As soon as I heard someone stirring downstairs, I scrambled out of bed and practically ran down to the kitchen. My mom was at the stove making coffee. She took one look at my face and asked what was wrong. I didn't know how to say it. The words sounded stupid in my head. I saw a lady washing clothes, and she disappeared. I just mumbled that I didn't sleep well and sat at the table, clutching a glass of orange juice. Later that morning, when the sun was fully up and the house was bright and noisy, I got the courage to go back into that room. I walked over to the corner where I'd seen her. The floorboards were bare, dusty. The trunk was there, covered in a fine layer of dust that was undisturbed. I knelt down and put my hand on the floor where the washtub had been. It was just cool, smooth wood. There was no moisture, no smell of soap, no trace that anything had ever happened there. That's what messed with me the most. The complete lack of evidence. It made me doubt my own senses, but the memory was burned into my brain with a clarity that my regular dreams never had. I never saw her again. We visited many times after that, and I always had to sleep in that room. I'd lie awake, staring at that corner, my heart in my throat. But it was always just a dark, empty corner. I asked my aunt about the house's history once, a few years later, trying to be casual about it. She said it was built in the late 1800s. She didn't know much about the previous owners, just that it had been a farmhouse once, and the land around it had been much larger. She mentioned that people did a lot of laundry by hand back then, that it was an all-day, exhausting chore. A woman in a gingham dress, scrubbing clothes in a tub, a chore from another century. I've turned it over in my mind for decades. I'm a grown adult with a life, a job, responsibilities. I've never had another experience like it. I don't see shadows or hear voices. I'm a practical person, but I cannot, for the life of me, explain what I saw that night. It wasn't a monster. It wasn't a demon. It was just a woman doing her work. And the terror of it wasn't in her appearance, but in her disappearance. It was the sheer wrongness of it, the violation of the rules of reality. It was like I accidentally glanced through a keyhole into another time, and the act of noticing it made the keyhole slam shut, leaving me alone in the dark with the chilling certainty that the past isn't really past. It's just layered right on top of us, invisible most of the time. But every once in a while, the layers get thin and you can see through. I saw a woman washing clothes one night in 1978, or maybe it was 1979. And when I called her mom, she faded away, and I've been trying to understand it ever since. Story 7. I still remember that day like it was yesterday, even though I wish I could forget it. It was a Tuesday and I had the day off work because I'd been feeling under the weather, just a bad cold, nothing serious, or so I thought. The sky was this dull grey colour from the moment I woke up, like it was holding its breath, and the air felt heavy and still, the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring if you listen too hard. I live alone in this old house I inherited from my aunt a couple of years back, and most of the time it's fine, cozy even. But that day, something felt off from the get-go. My friend Chuck had warned me about this place. He'd said it straight up a few weeks earlier when we were having beers at his place. Chuck's not the superstitious type. He's a mechanic, practical as they come. But he looked me dead in the eye and told me, "Listen, man, that house of yours, there's something not right about it. My granddad used to tell stories about it, how people would hear things at night like whispers in the walls, and sometimes things would go missing. Just be careful, okay?" I laughed it off at the time, told him he was watching too many horror movies. But that Tuesday, his words kept echoing in my head, like a record skipping over and over. I woke up around 7 in the morning, which is late for me, but I'd slept poorly. My throat was scratchy and my head was pounding, so I dragged myself out of bed and headed to the kitchen to make some coffee. The house was dead silent, which isn't unusual, but it felt different, thicker, like the silence was pressing in on me. I remember the floorboards creaking under my feet, but they creak all the time, so I didn't think much of it. I put the kettle on and leaned against the counter, rubbing my eyes, trying to shake off the grogginess. That's when I heard the first noise. It was a soft tapping, like someone gently knocking on wood, coming from the living room. At first I thought it was the pipes. This old place has noisy plumbing, but it was too rhythmic, too deliberate. Tap, 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 pause, then tap again. I stood there, frozen, listening. My heart started beating a little faster, and I felt this cold knot forming in my stomach. I told myself it was nothing, probably just a tree branch hitting the window or something, but when I peered into the living room, the windows were closed, and there wasn't any wind outside. I tried to ignore it and went back to making coffee. The tapping stopped after a minute or so, and I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking I was just being paranoid. But then, as I was pouring hot water into the French press, I heard it again, this time from upstairs. Tap, 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 like it was moving. My skin prickled, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I remember gripping the countertop, my knuckles turning white, and just standing there for what felt like forever, listening. The house was so quiet otherwise that the tapping seemed loud, almost like it was right next to me. I decided to investigate, because what else could I do? I couldn't just sit there and let my imagination run wild. I walked slowly toward the stairs, each step feeling heavier than the last. The staircase in my house is this narrow wooden thing that creaks with every move, and as I climbed, the tapping got louder. It was coming from the spare bedroom at the end of the hall, the one I never use because it's always felt a bit off, drafty, and the door sticks sometimes. I pushed the door open, and the tapping stopped instantly. The room was empty, just like always, with a dusty old dresser and a bed frame without a mattress. Nothing out of place. But the air in there was cold, way colder than the rest of the house. I shivered and wrapped my arms around myself, feeling goosebumps rise on my skin. I checked the window. It was locked tight, no branches nearby. That's when I noticed the dresser drawers were slightly ajar, which was weird because I never go in there, and I'm pretty sure I hadn't touched them since I moved in. I walked over and pushed them shut, my hands trembling a little. As I did, I heard a faint whisper, so soft I almost missed it. It sounded like my name, but drawn out like someone was sighing it. I spun around, heart hammering in my chest, but there was no one there. I bolted out of the room and slammed the door shut, leaning against it for a second to catch my breath. My mind was racing, and Chuck's warning popped into my head again. Something not right about it, he'd said. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just sick and tired, maybe hearing things. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that. I've had colds before, and they've never made me feel like this, like I was being watched, like the house itself was alive and breathing down my neck. I went back downstairs and drank my coffee, but it tasted bitter, and I couldn't finish it. The whole morning I kept hearing little noises, a creak here, a rustle there, and each time I'd jump, my nerves frayed. Around 10 in the morning, I decided to distract myself by cleaning up a bit. I started in the kitchen, wiping down counters, but when I opened the cabinet under the sink to get some cleaner, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Sitting there, right in the middle of the empty space, was a small, old-fashioned key I'd never seen before. It was tarnished and rusty, like it had been buried for years. I picked it up, and it felt ice-cold in my hand, sending a shiver up my arm. I didn't know what to do with it. I set it on the counter and stared at it for a while, my mind whirling. Where did it come from? I live alone, and no one had been over in days. I thought about Chuck's stories again, about things going missing, and now this key appearing out of nowhere. I felt a lump in my throat, and my hands were sweating. I decided to put it in a drawer and forget about it, but as I was doing that, I heard a loud thud from the basement. The basement in this house is my least favorite place. It's dark, damp, and full of cobwebs, and I only go down there when I absolutely have to. The thud was unmistakable, like something heavy falling over. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt this surge of adrenaline. I knew I had to check it out, because what if it was a pipe bursting or something? But part of me didn't want to go down there, not with everything that was happening. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer. The basement light is flickery and unreliable, and headed for the basement door. My legs felt like jelly, and I had to force myself to turn the knob. The door creaked open, and a wave of cold, musty air hit me in the face. I shone the flashlight down the stairs, and the beam cut through the darkness, revealing the concrete floor below. Everything looked normal at first glance, just boxes and old furniture covered in dust. I started down the stairs, each step echoing in the silence. The thud had come from the far corner, where I keep some old tools and a workbench. As I got closer, I saw that a large cardboard box had fallen over, spilling its contents onto the floor. It was full of my aunt's old books and papers, things I'd meant to sort through but never got around to. I bent down to pick them up, my hands shaking, and that's when I noticed the temperature drop even more. It was freezing down there, like I'd stepped into a walk-in freezer. My breath came out in white puffs, and I could see it in the flashlight beam. I started gathering the papers, my fingers numb from the cold, and that's when I saw it. A photograph lying face up on the floor. It was an old black and white picture of a woman I didn't recognize, standing in front of this very house. She had this intense stare, like she was looking right at me, and her expression was blank, almost sad. But what really got me was that her eyes seemed to follow me as I moved. I know that sounds cliché, but I'm not making this up. I shifted the flashlight, and her gaze stayed locked on me, sending a jolt of pure fear through my body. I dropped the photo like it was on fire and scrambled backward, almost tripping over my own feet. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears, and I was breathing in short, ragged gasps. I shone the flashlight around the basement, but everything was still. Too still. Then I heard it again, the tapping, but this time it was faster, more urgent, coming from the walls around me. Tap, 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 like fingers drumming impatiently. I backed toward the stairs, my eyes darting around, and that's when I saw a shadow move in the corner of my vision. It was tall and slender, flickering in the dim light, and it seemed to glide along the wall before disappearing behind a stack of boxes. I didn't wait to see more. I turned and ran up the stairs, taking them two at a time, my chest heaving. I slammed the basement door shut and leaned against it, my whole body trembling. I could still hear the tapping from below, faint but persistent, and it felt like it was seeping through the door, into the house. I locked the door. Even though I knew it was pointless, whatever was down there, a lock wasn't going to stop it. The rest of the day was a blur of fear and paranoia. I stayed in the living room, curled up on the couch, trying to watch TV to distract myself, but every little noise made me jump. The tapping kept up intermittently, sometimes from the basement, sometimes from upstairs, and once I swear I heard it right behind me, like someone was in the room with me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but there was never anyone there. My stomach was in knots and I couldn't eat anything. Every time I tried, I felt nauseous. Around 3 in the afternoon, the power went out. It wasn't storming or anything. The sky was still that same dull grey, but suddenly the lights flickered and died, and the TV went silent. The house plunged into near darkness, with only the grey light from the windows filtering in. I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight, but the battery was low, and the screen cast this weak glow that made shadows dance on the walls. I felt a fresh wave of panic wash over me, alone in the dark, with whatever was in the house. I decided to call Chuck, but when I tried, my phone had no signal, 0 bars. That never happens here. I always have at least some reception. I felt utterly isolated, cut off from the world. I sat there on the couch, hugging my knees, listening to the silence. But it wasn't silent for long. After a few minutes, I started hearing footsteps. Soft, slow footsteps, like someone was walking around upstairs. Step, pause, step. pause. I held my breath, straining to hear. And sure enough, they were moving from room to room, pacing back and forth. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was an animal or the house settling, but I knew it wasn't. These footsteps had weight to them, like a person walking. I thought about going up to check, but I was too scared. Instead, I stayed put, my eyes fixed on the staircase, waiting for something to appear. The footsteps got louder, closer, like they were coming down the stairs. I could hear each creak of the wood, and my heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. Then, everything went quiet again. The tapping stopped, the footsteps faded, and for a moment, I dared to hope it was over. But that's when I felt it. A cold breath on the back of my neck, so real I flinched and whipped around. There was nothing there, but the spot where I'd felt it was icy cold, and the hairs on my arms stood on end. I spun back around, and that's when I saw her, the woman from the photograph standing at the foot of the stairs. She was translucent like a mist, but I could see her clearly. Same intense stare, same sad expression. She didn't move, just stood there watching me. I froze, unable to look away. My body was rigid with fear, and I couldn't even scream. She lifted a hand slowly, pointing toward the basement door, and then she vanished, dissolving into the air like smoke. The second she was gone, the power came back on, the lights flickering to life, and the TV blared back on, some infomercial about kitchen gadgets. I sat there, stunned, my mind reeling. What the hell was that? Was I hallucinating? But it felt so real, so vivid. I don't know how long I sat there, but eventually I mustered the courage to move. I got up and went to the basement door, half expecting it to be open, but it was still locked. I unlocked it and peered down into the darkness, but I didn't go down. I just stood there listening. Nothing. No tapping, no footsteps, just silence. I closed the door and leaned against it, exhausted and shaken to my core. The rest of the evening passed in a daze. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat on the couch with all the lights on, jumping at every sound. The next day, I called Chuck and told him everything. He didn't laugh. He just listened quietly and said, "I told you, man. I've thought about moving, but I can't afford it right now, and part of me is afraid that whatever it is might follow me." That day, that single Tuesday, changed everything. I still hear the tapping sometimes, late at night, and I see that woman in my dreams. I don't have any explanations, no neat endings or reasons. It just happened, and I'm left here wondering what it all meant, and if it's ever really over. Story 8. It was the Tuesday after Thanksgiving when it started. I remember because we'd just taken all the fall decorations down, and the house felt empty and sort of sad. That's when my husband, Mark, got the call. His grandfather had passed away in his sleep. A massive heart attack, the doctor said. He was 84. It wasn't a shock, not really, but it still hits you like a punch to the gut. The funeral was a quiet, somber affair. His grandmother, Helen, was just broken. They'd been married for 62 years. You don't just bounce back from that. The weeks that followed were hard, especially on Mark. He was really close to his grandpa. I'd find him just standing in the garage sometimes, staring at nothing. We were trying to get ready for Christmas, but the spirit just wasn't there. The tree was up, but the lights were still in a tangled mess in the box. It all felt like a chore. Then, one night, about 2 weeks before Christmas, I had the dream. It wasn't like any dream I'd ever had. Usually my dreams are nonsense, showing up to work in my pajamas, that kind of thing. This was different. It was hyper-real. I was standing in my own living room, but the light was wrong. It was that pale, grey light you get just before the sun properly rises, and everything was absolutely silent. Not a peaceful silence, but a heavy, waiting kind of silence. And then he was just there. Mark's grandfather. He was standing by the fireplace, looking exactly as he had the last time I saw him, wearing his favorite brown cardigan. But he wasn't looking at me. He was looking past me, towards the hallway, and he looked anxious, not scared, but urgent. He didn't speak. He just lifted his hand and pointed down the hall, towards our spare bedroom, the one we use for storage. Then he looked right at me. His eyes were so clear, so intensely focused. He mouthed a single word. I couldn't hear it, but I could see the shape of it on his lips. Look. Then he was gone. The room snapped back to its normal early morning dimness, and I woke up with a jolt, my heart hammering against my ribs. I was drenched in a cold sweat, the kind that makes your sheets feel clammy. I lay there for a long time, just trying to breathe, trying to tell myself it was just a dream, just my brain processing grief. But it felt so real. The weight of his gaze, the specific way he'd pointed. It wasn't a vague gesture, it was a direction. I didn't tell Mark at first. He was still so raw, and I didn't want to upset him with what sounded like a weird stress dream. But the feeling of it, that eerie, specific clarity, stuck with me all day. It was like a pebble in my shoe I couldn't shake. That night, it happened again, same thing. The grey light, the heavy silence, him standing by the fireplace. This time, he was more insistent. He pointed again, more forcefully, down the hall. Then he mimed something. He held his hands out, about a foot apart, as if he was holding a small box. Then he tapped his chest, right over his heart. He looked at me, his expression pleading now, and then he faded away, like smoke. I woke up gasping, my own hand pressed to my chest. That's when I knew I had to tell Mark. It was too much to carry alone. The next morning over coffee, my hand still shaking a little, I told him. I braced myself for him to think I'd lost it. But he just listened, his face getting paler as I described the details. The brown cardigan, the way he'd mimed the box, the tap on the chest. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time, just staring into his mug. Then he said, his voice low and strained, he came to me too. My blood ran cold. Last night, Mark said. He was in my dream. He didn't point, he just said, tell her to look in the blue box in the spare room. It's for Helen, for Christmas. And then he said, it has our song on it. Goosebumps erupted all over my arms. Our song! Grandma and Grandpa's song. Unchained melody. He said the message is on the back. We just looked at each other. The rational part of my brain was screaming that this was impossible, that we were feeding off each other's grief. But the other part, the part that had felt that cold, silent presence in the dream, knew it was real. There was no way we could have both dreamed the same specific, detailed thing. A blue box, a message from a song. It was too precise. We didn't say another word. We just got up and walked down the hall to the spare room. It's the catch-all room. There's an old desk, a treadmill covered in laundry, and stacks of plastic storage bins filled with holiday decorations and old clothes. We stood in the doorway looking at the mess. It felt overwhelming. Where do you even start? He pointed this way, I said, my voice a whisper. I walked over to the far wall, where a tall, cheap wooden bookshelf was crammed with paperback books and board games we never played. Behind the bookshelf, tucked into the corner, was an old dusty trunk that had belonged to Mark's grandparents. We'd inherited it years ago and had never really gone through it properly. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. We had to move the bookshelf to get to the trunk. It scraped loudly against the floor, the sound grating in the tense quiet of the room. The trunk was locked, but the lock was old and flimsy. Mark went to the garage and came back with a crowbar. With one sharp crack, the hasp broke. The inside of the trunk smelled of cedar and old paper. On top were some moth-eaten wool blankets. Underneath those were a few photo albums and a stack of his grandfather's old engineering textbooks. We lifted everything out, our movements hurried, almost frantic. At the very bottom, wrapped in a soft old flannel shirt, was a small rectangular box. It was blue, a faded robin's egg blue velvet box. I picked it up. It was heavier than I expected. My hands were trembling so badly I almost dropped it. Mark and I looked at each other. This was it. This was the box from the dream. The air in the room felt thin, charged like before a thunderstorm. I took a deep breath and opened the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of white silk, was the most beautiful necklace I'd ever seen. It was a simple silver locket, oval-shaped, with a delicate swirling pattern engraved on the front. It was elegant and timeless. "The back," Mark whispered. My fingers were clumsy as I undid the tiny clasp and lifted the necklace from its box. I turned the locket over. There, engraved in a flowing script, was a line of text. "My love, my darling, I've hungered for your touch." The words from Unchained Melody. Their song. A wave of pure, unadulterated shock washed over me, so strong it made my knees feel weak. I had to sit down on the floor right there, amidst the scattered contents of the trunk. Mark sank down beside me, his face a mask of stunned disbelief. "He knew," Mark said, his voice cracking. "He knew we'd find it." We sat there for what felt like an hour, just holding the box, passing the locket back and forth between us. The reality of what had happened was sinking in, and it was terrifying. This wasn't a coincidence. This was a message, a direct, deliberate communication from beyond the grave. The dreams weren't just dreams. They were visits. The question now was, what were we supposed to do with it? The answer came to us at the same time. It was a Christmas present for Helen. We decided to give it to her on Christmas morning. It felt right. It felt like what he wanted. Christmas Eve was tense. We went over to Helen's house for dinner. She lived in the same small bungalow she'd shared with her husband for 50 years. She was trying to be cheerful, putting on a brave face, but her eyes were hollow with grief. The house felt achingly empty without him. His recliner was untouched. His slippers were still by the back door. We ate a quiet meal, the absence of his laughter a physical weight in the room. We told her we had a special gift for her in the morning, something from Grandpa. She just smiled a sad, distant smile and patted Mark's hand. I don't think she thought much of it. Christmas Day. We woke up early. The blue box was wrapped in simple silver paper and sat under our tree, looking innocuous. It felt like it was humming with energy. We drove over to Helen's in silence. The streets were empty and quiet, covered in a fresh layer of snow that had fallen overnight. She was already up, dressed in a nice housecoat, making coffee. The tree in her living room was twinkling, but the holiday music she always played was absent. The silence was back, that heavy, waiting silence from my dream. We exchanged our regular gifts first. Sweaters, a new blanket, some scented soaps. She was grateful, but her heart wasn't in it. You could see her looking at his empty chair every few minutes. Finally, Mark brought out the silver-wrapped box. "This one is from Grandpa, Grandma," he said, his voice gentle, her eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "From John. He wanted you to have this." She took the box, her hands, thin and veined with age, trembling slightly. She untied the ribbon slowly, then peeled back the paper. When she saw the blue velvet box, she froze. A small, choked sound escaped her lips. She recognized it. Her eyes filled with tears as she lifted the lid. When she saw the locket, she began to cry in earnest, quiet, heartbroken sobs. She picked it up, her fingers tracing the engraving on the front. "Turn it over, Grandma," I said softly. She did. Her eyes scanned the engraved message on the back. For a moment there was no reaction. Then her whole body went still. Her sobbing stopped. A strange, profound calm settled over her features. The lines of grief on her face seemed to soften. She read the words aloud, her voice a fragile whisper. My love, my darling, I've hungered for your touch. She clutched the locket tightly in her fist, pressing it to her heart, exactly where her husband had tapped in my dream. She looked up at us, and her eyes were different. The hollow sadness was gone, replaced by a deep, luminous peace. He remembered, she said, and she smiled. It was the first real, genuine smile I'd seen on her face since the funeral. It was a smile full of love and memory. He always remembered our song. She asked us to help her put it on. I fastened the clasp for her. The silver locket lay against her chest, catching the light from the Christmas tree. She kept touching it over and over, as if to make sure it was real. We had a quiet Christmas lunch. She seemed more present, more content than she had in weeks. She told us stories about when they were young, about dancing in their kitchen to that song. The atmosphere in the house had shifted. The oppressive grief had lifted, replaced by a warm, bittersweet nostalgia. In the early afternoon, she said she was feeling a little tired and wanted to lie down for a nap. We helped her to her bedroom, to the bed she had shared with her husband for most of her life. She lay down, still holding the locket in her hand. She looked so small in the big bed, but she looked peaceful, truly, deeply peaceful. Thank you, my dears, she whispered, her eyes already closing. For my gift, he's waiting for me. We kissed her forehead and quietly left the room, closing the door part way. We stayed in the living room, cleaning up the wrapping paper, talking in hushed tones about what had happened. We were still trying to process it all. The dreams, finding the necklace, the look on her face. It was a lot. An hour or so must have passed. The house was so quiet. A feeling started to creep over me. That same heavy, waiting silence from the dreams. It was back. It was filling the house. I looked at Mark and I could see he felt it too. A prickle of dread ran down my spine. We decided to check on her. We pushed the bedroom door open gently. She was still lying on her side, exactly as we'd left her. Her eyes were closed. One hand was tucked under her cheek, the other was resting on her chest, still curled around the silver locket. She wasn't breathing. We rushed to her side. Mark felt for a pulse. There was nothing. She was gone. Her skin was already cooling. But her face was serene. There was no trace of pain or fear. Just that same profound, absolute peace. She had simply fallen asleep and never woken up. On Christmas Day, the day she received her husband's final gift. The rest of that day is a blur of phone calls, paramedics, and numb, shocked arrangements. We were reeling. It was too much to take in. The coincidence was staggering, but we both knew it wasn't a coincidence at all. It was a plan. He had come back to make sure she got his gift, and then he had come back for her. That night, exhausted and emotionally shattered, I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. But just before dawn, I dreamed again. This one was different. There was no grey, silent living room. I was in a field. It was summer and the sun was warm and golden. I saw them from a distance. They were young. Helen couldn't have been more than 20, her hair long and dark, wearing a sundress. John was tall and handsome, his arm wrapped around her waist. They were laughing, spinning around together in the tall grass, and I could faintly hear music. It was unchained melody. They were dancing. They stopped spinning and looked over at me. They were still young, their faces bright and full of life. They didn't speak, but they both smiled, a smile of pure, unshadowed joy. And then Helen lifted her hand and waved. It wasn't a goodbye. It was a thank you. Then the dream dissolved, and I woke up. I lay in bed, the first rays of the morning sun filtering through the blinds. I didn't feel scared anymore. The eerie dread was gone. In its place was that same deep, resonant peace I'd seen on Helen's face. They were together. He had guided us to his gift, a token of a love that had lasted a lifetime, and in doing so he had guided her home to him. I know how it sounds. I know people will say it was stress, coincidence, a self-fulfilling prophecy. But I was there. I felt the cold weight of his presence in the dream. I held that blue box. I saw the message engraved on the locket. I saw the light go out in Helen's eyes and be replaced by something else, something brighter. They visited us from beyond. There's no other explanation that fits. It's a comfort, knowing love can do that, can reach across whatever that barrier is. But it's also the single most frightening and real thing that has ever happened to me. It upended everything I thought I knew about the world. One day, you're living your normal life, and the next, you're a messenger for the dead, a cog in a plan, written by a love so strong it defied death itself. I still have the dreams sometimes. Not of him pointing, but of them in that field, young and laughing. And every time I wake up with that same feeling of peace and that same chilling certainty that we are not alone, that the people we love never really leave us, and that some connections are so powerful, not even the end of life can break them. I never found a way to explain it. Story 9. That particular night started like any other. I'd clocked in around 7 in the evening, did my rounds, checked on patients, updated charts. Most of the floor was settled down, just the soft beeping of monitors and the occasional murmur from someone's room. I've always been okay with the night shift. It's peaceful in a way, lets me focus without the chaos. But that night, something felt off from the start. Maybe it was the way the lights flickered in the hallway, or how the air felt heavier, colder than usual. I shrugged it off, told myself I was just tired. Around 10 at night, the head nurse called me over to the nurse's station. She's been here forever, knows this place inside out. She had this look on her face, like she was about to ask me something she didn't want to. She said they needed someone to run down to the radiology wing to grab a set of old patient files that got misfiled. Apparently, they were in one of the storage rooms down there, and no one had gotten around to it. I didn't think much of it at first, just another task. But then she mentioned it was in the older part of the wing, the section that hadn't been used in years. That's when a little knot tightened in my stomach. I'd heard stories about that area, whispers among the staff, mostly newbies like me, about how it's creepy after dark. But I'm not superstitious. I've seen enough real-life scary stuff in healthcare to bother with ghosts, so I grabbed a flashlight, because the lighting down there is spotty, and headed out. The walk to radiology takes you through a long, dimly lit corridor that connects the main building to the older wing. The floors are linoleum, scuffed and worn, and your footsteps echo no matter how quietly you try to walk. That night, the echoes felt louder, like someone was following me. But every time I turned around, there was nothing. When I reached the radiology wing, the air changed. It was colder, damper, and the smell was different, less of disinfectant and more of dust and something faintly metallic. The lights were motion-activated, so they flickered on as I moved, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. I've been down here a few times during the day, but at night, it's like a different world. The equipment sits covered in sheets, and some of the doors are locked shut. I found the storage room she mentioned. It was down a side hall, past a few examination rooms. The door was unlocked, which was a relief because I didn't have a key. I pushed it open, and the hinges groaned like they hadn't been oiled in decades. Inside, it was dark and musty. I shone my flashlight around, shelves lined with boxes and old medical records, dust coating everything. I started looking for the files, my gloves getting grimy as I shuffled through papers. The silence was thick, broken only by the sound of my own breathing and the occasional rustle of paper. I was so focused on the task that I almost didn't notice the first ring. It was faint at first, like a distant bell. I paused, thinking it might be my imagination or some equipment from another part of the hospital, but then it rang again, clearer this time. A phone. My heart skipped a beat because I knew this wing wasn't supposed to have active phone lines. Most of the rooms here were decommissioned years ago. I stood still, listening. The ringing was coming from down the hall, steady and insistent. Ring, ring, ring. It had this old-fashioned sound, not the digital beeps we have now, but a mechanical ring that echoed in the empty space. Curiosity got the better of me. I left the storage room and followed the sound. My footsteps felt heavy, and I could feel my pulse quickening. The ringing led me to a door with a faded number on it. 308, room 308. I'd never paid much attention to it before, but now it stood out. The door was slightly ajar, and from inside the phone kept ringing. I pushed the door open slowly, the creak blending with the rings. The room was dark, but my flashlight cut through the gloom. It was an old examination room, with an ancient X-ray machine covered in a sheet and a dusty desk in the corner. On the desk sat an old rotary phone, the kind with a circular dial, and it was ringing. My hands were shaking a little. I thought maybe it was a prank, or someone had left a phone connected by mistake, but something in the air felt wrong. A chill that seeped into my bones. I walked over to the phone, my flashlight beam trembling on it. The ringing was loud now, grating on my nerves. I don't know why, but I reached out and picked up the receiver. It felt cold and heavy in my hand. "Hello?" I said, my voice barely a whisper. For a second, there was silence on the other end. Then a voice came through, soft, strained, like someone struggling to speak. It was a man's voice, I think, but it was hard to tell because it sounded watery, choked. "Please, come back," it said. "Don't leave me here." I froze, my breath caught in my throat. "Who is this?" I managed to ask, but my voice was shaky. "Come back to room 308, the voice pleaded, and it sounded so desperate, so full of pain. "I need help, please." I could feel the hair on my arm standing up. This wasn't right. I glanced around the room. It was empty, covered in dust, like no one had been here in years. The phone line shouldn't even be working. I remembered hearing that this wing had its phone lines cut when they stopped using it, but here it was, ringing, and someone was on the other end. "I'm a nurse," I said, trying to sound professional, but it came out as a stammer. "Where are you? What's wrong?" The voice didn't answer directly. Instead, it started sobbing, low and broken. "It's cold. So cold. Why did you leave me?" That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. As the voice spoke, I could hear a faint rattling sound in the background, like labored breathing or something dragging. And then the voice said, "I died here. Why won't anyone come?" I dropped the phone. It clattered onto the desk, the receiver swinging. I didn't wait to hear more. I turned and ran. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I didn't look back, just sprinted down the hall, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly. The echoes of my footsteps sounded like someone chasing me, and I could still hear that phone ringing faintly behind me, even after I'd left the room. I didn't stop until I was back in the main building, gasping for air, my uniform damp with sweat. I leaned against a wall, trying to calm down. What the hell was that? My mind raced. Was it a joke? A hallucination? But it felt too real. The voice, the cold, the desperation. I had to tell someone. I found the head nurse at the station, sipping tea and reviewing charts. She took one look at me and knew something was wrong. "What happened?" she asked, her voice calm but concerned. I spilled it all out. The phone, room 308, the voice begging me to come back. As I talked, her face went pale. She set down her tea and shook her head slowly. "You shouldn't have gone down there," she said, her tone grave. "Room 308 hasn't been used in over 10 years. Not since a patient died there, a man who passed away alone during the night. They cut the phone lines after that because strange things started happening. Calls would come in from that room, but no one was ever there. We thought it was just glitches, but it kept up until they disconnected everything." I stared at her, my stomach churning. "But I heard it," I whispered. "I heard his voice." He said he died there. She nodded, her eyes avoiding mine. It's part of the hospital law now. We don't send people down there at night anymore, but sometimes things get forgotten. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked you to go. The rest of the shift was a blur. I couldn't focus, jumping at every sound. Every time a phone rang at the station, my heart would leap into my throat. I kept replaying that voice in my head, the pleading, the coldness. When my shift ended at 7 in the morning, I left the hospital feeling drained and terrified. The sun was up, but it didn't warm me. I drove home in a daze, and I've been messed up ever since. I never went back to that wing, and I avoid night shifts when I can. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment, I think I hear a phone ringing in the distance, and that voice echoes in my mind. I don't know what it was. A ghost, a memory, something else. But it felt real, and it left me with a fear I can't shake. I still wonder, what if I had stayed? What if I had gone back? But I didn't, and now it's just this thing that happened, this unanswered call that haunts me. Story 10. It was a crisp autumn day, the kind where the air smells like dead leaves and wood smoke, and you can see your breath if you stand still too long. My dad had dragged me and my older brother to some family friend's party out in the countryside. I didn't know these people well. They were friends of my dad's from work or something, but the house was big and old, set back from the road with a long driveway lined with pine trees that made everything feel kind of closed in. The party was in the backyard, with a bunch of adults standing around a bonfire pit, laughing and drinking, while us kids were supposed to be playing games or whatever. My brother, who was a couple years older than me, mostly ignored me and ran off with some other boys to throw sticks at trees or something equally dumb. I remember feeling bored and a little left out, so I just hung around near my dad, kicking at the dirt and wishing we could go home. At some point, this man showed up. I hadn't seen him before, and he didn't look like anyone else there. He was tall and thin, dressed in dark clothes that seemed too neat for a backyard party. And he had this calm, quiet way of talking that made you listen, even if you didn't want to. He came over to where a few of us younger kids were standing and said they needed more firewood for the bonfire. There was a house down the path, he told us, an old place that wasn't being used, and we could grab some logs from the woodpile out back. It sounded like an adventure, so a bunch of us, maybe 4 or 5 kids, including me, nodded and started heading that way. My dad was deep in conversation with someone, so I didn't bother telling him. I figured we'd be back in a few minutes. The path to the house was narrow and overgrown, with tall grass brushing against my legs and making my skin itch. The sun was starting to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows that made everything look kind of eerie. The other kids were ahead of me, laughing and shoving each other, but I hung back a bit because I've always been a little cautious, even as a kid. When we got to the house, it was this old 2-story place with peeling white paint and windows that were so dirty you couldn't see inside. There was a faint, damp smell in the air, like wet wood and mildew, and the whole place had this heavy, silent feel to it, like it was holding its breath. The man had said the woodpile was around back, so the other kids ran off to find it. But I stopped by the front door for some reason. Maybe I was curious, or maybe I just felt like I needed a moment alone. The door was slightly ajar, creaking softly in the breeze, and that's when I saw her. A girl standing right there in the doorway. She looked about my age, with curly red hair that fell around her shoulders, bright blue eyes, and a sprinkle of freckles across her nose. She was wearing a white nightgown that was way too thin for the cool weather, and it clung to her skin like it was wet. At first, I thought she was just another kid from the party, maybe lost or playing a game, but then I noticed something was off. Her body seemed to be falling apart, not in a gross, gory way, but slowly, like she was unraveling. Patches of her hair were missing, showing pale scalp underneath, and her skin was so thin I could almost see the bones beneath. It was pale, almost grey and soaked through, like she'd been standing in the rain for hours. Water dripped from her sleeves and the hem of her nightgown, making little dark spots on the wooden porch. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest, because I'd never seen anything like it. She didn't move at first, just stood there staring at me with those blue eyes, and for a second I thought she might be hurt or something. Then she smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile, it was too wide, too sharp, and her eyes, they turned jet black, like someone had poured ink into them. No whites, no color, just pure blackness that seemed to swallow the light. My breath caught in my throat and I felt this cold dread wash over me, starting from my toes and working its way up. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like they were made of stone. She let out a soft laugh, this high, mocking sound that didn't fit her appearance at all. And then she turned and ran inside the house, her footsteps silent on the dusty floor. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually the shock wore off enough that I could move. My first thought was that she needed help, that maybe she was a real girl who was sick or something, but deep down, I knew it wasn't right. The way her body had looked, the black eyes, it was wrong, all wrong. I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside, my sneakers squeaking on the damp floorboards. The inside of the house was dark and musty, with furniture covered in sheets that were grey with dust. Light filtered in through the dirty windows, casting weak beams that did little to lift the gloom. I called out, "Hello? Are you okay?" But my voice came out as a whisper, and there was no answer. I started searching room by room, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. The living room was empty, except for a couch that sagged in the middle and a fireplace filled with ashes. The kitchen had an old table and chairs, and a sink that was stained brown. Everything was quiet, too quiet, like the house was absorbing any sound I made. I checked under tables and behind doors, half expecting to find her hiding, but there was nothing, no sign of her, no wet footprints, not even a trace of that damp smell anymore. It was like she'd never been there at all. After a few minutes, I heard the other kids coming back, their voices loud and excited as they carried armfuls of firewood. I ran outside to meet them, my hands shaking, and blurted out what I'd seen. They all stared at me like I was crazy. One of the older boys laughed and said, "There's no girl in there, you're just trying to scare us." Another kid peeked inside and came back shrugging. "It's empty, man. You must have imagined it." I insisted, describing her red hair and the nightgown, but they just shook their heads and started heading back to the party, leaving me standing there feeling stupid and alone. The walk back felt longer than before, and the shadows seemed darker, like they were reaching out for me. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see her following us, but there was nothing. When we got back to the party, the bonfire was blazing, and everyone was laughing and having a good time. I found my dad and tugged on his sleeve, trying to tell him about the girl, but he was distracted and just patted my head. "You kids and your imaginations," he said with a chuckle, and went back to talking with his friends. I felt a lump in my throat, like I was going to cry, but I swallowed it down and went to sit by the fire, pulling my knees up to my chest. Later that evening, when the party was winding down, I overheard the mom of the house, the one hosting the party, talking to my dad. She was thanking everyone for coming, and then she mentioned something about how strange it was that some people just show up uninvited. My ears perked up, and I moved closer to listen. She said, "Did you see that tall man in the dark clothes? I don't know who he was. He wasn't on the guest list." My blood ran cold. I wanted to say something, to tell her about the girl and the house, but the words stuck in my mouth. I just stood there watching the flames dance and felt this deep, unsettled feeling settle in my gut. That was it. We went home not long after, and I never brought it up again. But to this day, I can still see her. That girl with the red hair and black eyes, smiling like she knew something I didn't. I don't know what she was or why I was the only one who saw her, but it's one of those things that just stays with you, making you question everything. Sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I think I hear that laugh, and I have to remind myself that it was all a long time ago, but part of me wonders if it really was. Story 11. The parking lot at work is nothing special, just a patch of asphalt with maybe 20 spots, surrounded by pine trees on 3 sides, and the road on the other. It's always empty by the time I leave, except for my beat-up old sedan and the night guard's truck if he's doing rounds. That night, I'd finished up a call around 1:10, shut down my computer and headed out. The automatic doors slid open and I stepped into the chill. My breath misted in the air, and I zipped up my jacket, digging in my pocket for my keys. The lot was lit by these old fluorescent lights on poles, but one of them had been flickering for weeks, casting weird shadows that danced when the wind blew. I was maybe halfway to my car, which was parked near the far end, when I first noticed something off. The air started to hum, like the sound of a distant power line or one of those old tube TVs when you turn them on. It was low at first, but it got louder fast, and it made the hairs on my arms stand up. I stopped walking, thinking maybe it was just the wind or a generator kicking on somewhere, but then the lights above me began to flicker, not like a normal bulb about to die, but in this jagged, stuttering way, like they were glitching out. The whole lot went from bright to dark to bright again in quick bursts, and the humming got so intense it felt like it was vibrating right through my bones. That's when I saw it. At the edge of the parking lot, where the asphalt meets the tree line, there was this figure. At first I thought it was a person, maybe someone lost or messing around, but as the lights flickered, I could see it clearly for a second. Its limbs were way too long, like stretched out arms and legs that didn't look right on a human body, and its torso was narrow, almost like it had been squeezed. It was trying to look human, I could tell. It had a head and a general shape, but it was all wrong, like a bad copy or something that didn't quite fit together. The way it stood was stiff, unnatural, and in the flickering light it seemed to shift, like it wasn't fully solid. I froze. My feet felt glued to the ground, and my heart started hammering in my chest so hard I could hear it in my ears. The humming was still there, but now I caught this smell, sharp and metallic, like old coins or burnt wiring. It filled my nose and made my throat feel dry. Then I heard these faint clicking sounds, like someone tapping 2 pieces of plastic together really fast. But it was coming from all around me, not from one direction. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Was it an animal, some kind of prank, But no, this felt different, wrong in a way I can't even describe. The figure moved then, and that's when the real fear kicked in. It didn't walk or step forward. It was like the space between us just folded, and it was suddenly closer, maybe 10 feet away now. One moment it was at the tree line, the next it was just there, without any movement I could see. Its limbs seemed to twitch, and I got this awful feeling that it was aware of me, that it knew I was watching. The clicking sounds got a bit louder, mixed with the humming, and the metallic smell was so strong I could almost taste it. My body was rigid, my hands clenched into fists, and I couldn't look away. I kept thinking, this isn't real. This can't be happening. But it was, and every part of me was screaming to run. I don't know how long I stood there, maybe a few seconds, maybe a minute, but it felt like forever. The lights kept flickering, and in one of the brighter flashes I saw its face, or what should have been a face. There were no clear features, just shadows, and something that might have been eyes, but they were too deep, too dark. It didn't make any sound besides that clicking, and the way it moved again was the worst part. It didn't step or glide. It was like it teleported in little jumps, getting closer each time without any motion in between. My brain was trying to process it, but it was too much too fast. I felt cold sweat on my back, and my legs were trembling so bad I thought I'd collapse. Then, as suddenly as it started, the humming stopped, and the lights steadied, the flickering quit, and the lot was bright again like nothing had happened. The figure was gone. Vanished. No trace. No sound. Nothing. But the air felt different, thick with static, like after a thunderstorm, and that metallic smell lingered for a second before fading. I stood there, still frozen, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I looked around, half expecting to see it somewhere else, but the parking lot was empty except for my car and the trees swaying gently in the wind. My body finally unlocked, and I stumbled backward, almost tripping over my own feet. I turned and ran for the office building, not looking back. The automatic doors slid open, and I burst inside, my heart still pounding. The lobby was quiet, with just the hum of the computers and the soft glow of the security monitors. The night guard, an older guy named Dave, who's been working here for years, was sitting at his desk sipping coffee. He looked up when I came in, and his expression changed when he saw my face. I must have been pale as a ghost, shaking, and I couldn't get my words out at first. I managed to stammer something about what I saw, my voice trembling. I told him about the humming, the lights, the figure, everything. He didn't laugh or dismiss it. Instead, he got this serious look and motioned for me to come over to the security monitors. He pulled up the footage from the parking lot cameras, and we watched it together. The screen showed the lot from a high angle, and at first it looked normal, me walking out, stopping, then the lights flickering. But when it got to the part where I saw the figure, the footage glitched. It wasn't like a blur or a shadow. It was like the video skipped frames, and in between there was this distorted shape that flickered in and out, almost like static with a form. It moved in those same jerky ways I saw, appearing in one spot, then another, without walking. Dave pointed at it and said, "See that? It's not the first time I've seen something like that on the cameras." He told me that over the years, a few other night workers had reported weird things, lights acting up, strange sounds, glimpses of something out of place. But he said most people don't talk about it because it's hard to explain and sounds crazy. He leaned in and lowered his voice like he was sharing a secret. Whatever it is, it doesn't like to be seen. It shows up when things are quiet, and it vanishes when you notice it too much. Hearing that sent a fresh chill down my spine. I asked him if he knew what it was, but he just shook his head and said he didn't, and that it's better not to dwell on it. We sat there for a while, watching the footage loop, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still out there, waiting. The static in the air had faded, but the memory was burned into my mind. I ended up staying in the office until my shift was officially over, too scared to go back out. When I finally left, the sun was starting to rise, and the parking lot looked normal again. But I hurried to my car, locked the doors, and drove home faster than I should have. That was months ago, and I still think about it every time I work late. I've started parking closer to the building, and I avoid looking toward the tree line. Sometimes when the lights flicker or I hear a weird sound, my heart jumps, and I remember that figure, the way it moved, the smell, the clicking. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a trick of the light or sleep deprivation or something else. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. And the worst part is, I have no idea what it was or why it was there, and I doubt I ever will. It's just this thing that happened, and it left me with this unease that never really goes away. Story 12. It was a Tuesday just after 3 in the afternoon. The kind of dull, overcast day that feels like it's been going on forever. Mark had been gone for 11 days. The funeral was a week past, and the casseroles had stopped coming. The house was quiet in a way I'd never known, a thick, heavy quiet that seemed to absorb sound. My husband David was at work. I was alone, just me and the silence. I was in the kitchen, staring into the open fridge without really seeing anything, thinking I should probably eat something. My stomach was a tight, sour knot. Grief isn't a feeling, not really. It's a physical state. It's a weight on your chest that makes it hard to breathe. It's a constant, low-grade nausea. It's your limbs feeling like they're filled with wet sand. I closed the fridge door without taking anything and just leaned against the counter, my palms flat on the cool laminate. That's when I saw it, out of the corner of my eye, in the living room. A shape. I turned my head slowly, thinking it was just a trick of the light, my tired eyes playing games. The curtains were drawn, so the room was dim. But it was there. A shadow standing in the middle of the rug, right between the sofa and the TV stand. It wasn't a shadow cast by anything. There was no object between the window and that spot on the floor to create it. It was just a free-standing darkness, man-shaped and utterly still. It was the height and build of Mark. I knew it instantly, in that deep, primal part of your brain that recognizes things before your conscious mind can catch up. My breath hitched, stuck in my throat. I didn't move. I couldn't. I just stared, my heart starting to hammer against my ribs, a frantic, panicked rhythm. This isn't real, I told myself. You're sleep-deprived, you're grieving. This is what happens. You see them everywhere for a while. But I wasn't seeing him in a crowd. I wasn't mistaking a stranger's back for his. This was a shadow in my living room, holding a form so specific it was unmistakable. And then the floor started to vibrate. It was a low, deep thrum, a resonant hum that came up through the soles of my feet. It wasn't a shaking, not like an earthquake. It was more localized, a steady, rhythmic pulse centered exactly where the shadow's feet would be. I could feel it in the bones of my legs, a dull, invasive buzzing. The vibration traveled through the floorboards, a subtle tremor that made the legs of the nearby armchair shudder just slightly. I could hear it too, a low-frequency sound that was more a pressure in my ears than an actual noise. The shadow didn't move. It just stood there, a cutout of nothingness, and the floor beneath it hummed with this terrible, intimate energy. It felt like a connection, not a welcome one, not a comforting visitation from a lost friend. It felt like a hook had been set in the fabric of my living room, and something on the other end was pulling, testing the line. The air around the shadow seemed colder, too. I could feel the chill from 10 feet away, a pocket of winter in my warm house. I think I stopped breathing altogether. My hands were gripping the edge of the counter so hard, my knuckles were white. The rational part of my brain had short-circuited. All that was left was animal fear, a cold, slick terror that coiled in my gut. This was wrong. This was a violation of physics, of reality, of the quiet, orderly world I was trying to cling to. The vibration intensified for a moment, the humming in my teeth becoming a grating sensation, and then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the shadow was gone. It didn't fade, it didn't dissipate, it was just there 1 second and then it wasn't. The vibration stopped at the exact same instant. The cessation was so abrupt it was jarring, like the moment a loud fan shuts off and the resulting silence is somehow louder. The room was just a room again. The rug was just a rug. The air temperature normalized. But the memory of that sensation was burned into me. The feel of that hum coming up from the floor. The sight of that darkness holding his shape. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding, a ragged, shaky thing. My legs felt like jelly. I slid down the cabinet onto the kitchen floor, my back against the wood, and just sat there, trembling. I wrapped my arms around my knees and buried my face in them. I didn't cry. I was too scared for tears. I was shaking all over, a fine, uncontrollable tremor. I must have sat there for half an hour, just trying to get my heart rate back to something resembling normal. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it. That perfect man-shaped void. I kept my eyes open, staring at the pattern on the linoleum floor, focusing on the little flecks of grey and white. This is my kitchen, I told myself. This is my house. David will be home in a few hours, but the thought of David coming home filled me with a new kind of dread. How could I tell him? How do you say, honey, I saw Mark's ghost in the living room and the floor was vibrating? He was grieving too, but in a different way, a more practical way. He was handling the paperwork, making the calls, being the rock. He'd think I'd lost it. He'd suggest therapy, maybe a sedative, and a part of me would agree with him, because what I saw wasn't possible. I finally pushed myself up, my body aching as if I'd run a marathon. I walked to the doorway of the living room and stopped, afraid to cross the threshold. I scanned the room, every corner, the space under the sofa, behind the armchair. Nothing. It was just my living room. The same throw pillows, the same TV, the same rug. But it felt different now. Tainted. The spot where the shadow had stood seemed like a scar on the room. I couldn't bring myself to step on that part of the rug. I walked around the perimeter, keeping my distance, and went upstairs to our bedroom. I spent the rest of the afternoon in bed, curled under the duvet, even though I wasn't tired. I just needed the feeling of being enclosed, of having walls around me. I stared at the ceiling, my mind racing. Was it a hallucination? A grief-induced psychotic break? It felt too real, the vibration. That was the part that got me. You can hallucinate a sight. Your brain can conjure an image. But can it hallucinate a physical sensation that specific? A deep, localized hum that made the furniture legs tremble? I didn't think so. I thought about Mark, my best friend since we were kids. We'd been through everything together. First loves, college, his coming out, my wedding. He was the funniest person I knew, with a laugh that could fill a room. But there was a darkness in him too, a sadness he carried that he could never quite shake, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how much love we poured into him. In the end, the darkness won. He did it in his own apartment, alone. He left a note, a short, heartbreaking thing that just said he was tired and sorry. Did he come to say goodbye? The thought flickered through my mind, a desperate, hopeful little flame. But the feeling I got from the shadow, it wasn't goodbye. It wasn't peaceful. The vibration felt angry, or maybe just present, insistent, like it was anchoring itself to that spot. It didn't feel like Mark. It felt like something wearing his shape. When I heard David's key in the front door a few hours later, I flinched. I stayed in bed, listening to him move around downstairs. The clunk of his shoes being taken off, the creak of the floorboards as he walked into the kitchen. I heard him call my name, his voice echoing in the quiet house. Up here, I managed to call back, my voice thin. He came up the stairs, his footsteps heavy and familiar. He pushed the bedroom door open and looked at me, still in my clothes from the day, curled up on the bed. His face, which was usually so open and kind, was drawn with his own fatigue and sorrow. "Rough day?" he asked softly, sitting on the edge of the bed. I just nodded, my throat tight. I wanted to tell him, wanted to tell. The words were right there, on the tip of my tongue. I saw something, the floor shook. But looking at his tired eyes, I couldn't do it. I couldn't add my madness to his grief, so I just said, "Yeah, just a rough day." He leaned over and kissed my forehead. "I know, me too." He didn't press. He just got up, started taking off his work clothes. "I'll order some Thai food. You need to eat." I nodded again, feeling a wave of guilt for not telling him. But what would it accomplish? It would just scare him, and he'd worry about me on top of everything else. So I kept it to myself. My secret. My terrifying, vibrating secret. The evening passed with a weird, forced normalcy. We ate pad thai from the containers on the sofa. We didn't talk much. We tried to watch a comedy show, but the laughter from the TV felt alien and out of place. I couldn't focus. My eyes kept drifting to the spot on the rug. It looked perfectly normal. But every time I looked at it, I felt a phantom echo of that hum in my feet. David went to bed around 10, exhausted. I told him I'd be up soon, that I just wanted to check my email. It was a lie. I was afraid to be in the dark, in the silence of the bedroom. The computer felt safe. It was a window to the normal world, a world where floors didn't vibrate with ghostly energy. I sat at the desk in the corner of the living room, my back to the dreaded spot. The blue light of the monitor was harsh in the dark room. I clicked through my inbox mechanically. Junk mail, a newsletter from the grocery store, a receipt for a bill I'd paid. And then I saw it. It was at the top of my inbox, the most recent message. The sender's name was just a jumble of letters and numbers, something like N7J3K9L0@mail.com. The subject line was empty. My blood went cold. Spam, I thought, just weird spam. I almost deleted it. My finger hovered over the mouse, but something made me click on it. There was no text in the body of the email, no message, no hello or sorry for your loss. Nothing. There was only one thing in the email, an image file attached. My heart was starting that familiar panicked thumping again. This was stupid. It was just a random email, but the timing was too much. I clicked on the attachment. It took a second to load, the little wheel spinning on the screen, and then the painting filled my screen. It was a digital painting, done in dark, muted colors. The style was eerie, hyper-realistic, but with a nightmarish quality. It depicted a living room. My living room. The angle was from the kitchen doorway looking in. The furniture was all there. Our ugly green sofa, the wooden TV stand David's dad built, the patterned rug. And in the center of the rug, right on that exact spot, was a shadow. A man-shaped shadow, dark and featureless. But in the painting, the shadow wasn't just dark. It seemed to be made of a swirling, deeper blackness, like oil or smoke. And around its feet, the artist had captured something I hadn't even consciously registered in the moment. A distortion in the air, a shimmering, barely visible ripple that made the pattern on the rug look wavy and unclear. The vibration. I felt the air leave my lungs in a whoosh. I was staring at a painting of what I had seen, of the exact moment, the perspective, the details, the terrifying essence of it. My eyes, wide and unblinking, scanned down to the bottom corner of the digital canvas where an artist would usually sign their work. There, in a messy cursive script, was the title, Most Devoted Ghost. I stared at those three words, Most Devoted Ghost. What did that mean? Devoted to what? To me? To this house? To the spot on the floor? The words echoed in my head, meaningless and terrifying. This wasn't a random spam email. This was a message, a receipt, a confirmation of what had happened to me this afternoon. Someone knew, someone had seen it too, or something had sent this to me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely control the mouse. I clicked print. I needed a physical copy, something that proved I wasn't crazy. The printer whirred to life behind me. I clicked back to the email, my fingers fumbling on the keyboard, and hit reply. I typed, "Who is this?" and hit send. The message bounced back immediately. Address not found. I tried again. Same thing. The email address, that jumble of letters and numbers, no longer existed. It had vanished, just like the shadow. The printer finished. I spun my chair around and grabbed the single warm sheet of paper. I held it in my trembling hands, looking at the printed image. It was just as chilling in physical form. The dark swirl of the shadow, the rippling distortion at its feet. The title at the bottom, Most Devoted Ghost. I sat there for a long time, just holding that piece of paper, listening to the hum of the computer and the absolute silence of the house. The fear had changed. It wasn't the sharp, panicked terror of the afternoon. This was a colder, deeper dread. It had sunk into my bones, This event wasn't over. The email proved it. It was an interaction. A door had been opened and something had come through, and it had decided to leave a calling card. I never told David about the email. I hid the printed picture between the pages of an old cookbook on the highest shelf in the kitchen. I still don't know what most devoted ghost means. I don't know who or what sent it. I just know that what was in my living room that Tuesday afternoon was real, and it has a name, and it knows where I live. And sometimes, late at night, I'll wake up and swear I can feel a faint, familiar hum coming up through the floorboards. Story 13. The house was quiet that night, the kind of quiet that makes you notice every little creak and rustle. We lived in an old ranch-style house out in the suburbs, surrounded by trees, and sometimes the wind would whistle through the gaps in the windows, but tonight it was still. I remember the time because I'd sneaked a look at the clock on the VCR. It was just past 10 o'clock, way past my bedtime, but I was wide awake, buzzing with that excited feeling you get when you're doing something you're not supposed to. The TV was off, and the only light came from my flashlight, casting long, dancing shadows across the inside of the fort. The blankets smelled like laundry detergent and a little bit like dust, and the floor was hard under the pillows, but I didn't care. I was cozy, wrapped up in my favorite fleece blanket, pretending I was an explorer in a cave. I must have been lying there for a while, just listening to the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen and the occasional car passing by outside. My mum's room was down the hall, and I could hear her faint snoring, which usually comforted me. But tonight it felt distant, like it was miles away. I remember thinking how brave I was, being out here all alone in the dark. I'd done this before, built forts and slept in them, and nothing ever happened. It was always fun, a little adventure before I drifted off to sleep. But then it started. Out of nowhere, this sound ripped through the silence, and it wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before. It was right beside me, so close it felt like it was coming from inside the fort with me. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a cat yowling or a dog barking, but no, it was different. It was a shriek, high-pitched and raw, like metal scraping against metal, but with this guttural, living quality to it that made my skin crawl. It lasted for what felt like forever, but later I realized it was probably only 5 to 8 seconds. In that moment, though, time just stopped. The sound was so loud it felt physical, like a punch to the ears. It started low, then climbed into this piercing wail that seemed to vibrate through the floor and up into my bones. I remember my whole body locking up. I couldn't move, couldn't even breathe. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might burst out, and my hands went icy cold, clutching the blanket like it was a lifeline. The sound didn't fade away gradually. It cut off abruptly, leaving this ringing in my ears and a silence that felt even heavier than before. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Was it a bird? A raccoon? But we didn't have animals that made noises like that around here. It was unnatural, wrong in a way I can't really describe. It didn't belong in our quiet suburban night. I stayed frozen for what felt like minutes, just listening, waiting for it to happen again. My ears were straining so hard they hurt, and I could feel the sweat beading on my forehead, cold and clammy. The inside of the fort suddenly felt suffocating, the blankets too close, the air too still. I wanted to scream for my mom, but my throat was tight and no sound came out. I was too scared to even whimper. Part of me was afraid that if I made any noise, whatever had made that sound would hear me and come closer. Slowly, I managed to curl into a ball, pulling the covers over my head until I was completely hidden. The darkness under the blankets was thick and stuffy, but it felt safer than being out in the open. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and shallow, and the thump, thump, thump of my heart echoing in my ears. I kept waiting for my mom to wake up. Surely she must have heard it too, right? But her snoring didn't change. It was still that steady, rhythmic sound from down the hall. How could she sleep through that? It was so loud, so jarring, it should have shaken the whole house awake. Under the covers, every little noise became magnified. The floorboards creaked as the house settled, and I flinched each time, thinking it was footsteps. The wind picked up outside, rustling the leaves, and for a second I thought I heard the shriek again, but it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. My legs were trembling, and I had this urge to pee, but I was too terrified to move. I remember the fabric of the blanket scratching against my cheek, and the smell of my own fear, sour and sharp. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, praying for morning to come, but the night dragged on forever. I don't know how long I lay there, shivering and listening. At some point I must have dozed off, because I woke up to the first grey light of dawn filtering through the blankets. My body was stiff and achy from being curled up so tight, and my throat was dry. I slowly peeked out from under the covers, half expecting to see something horrible waiting for me. But the living room was just as I'd left it. The fort still standing, my flashlight dead, the comic books scattered around. The silence was normal now, peaceful even, but the memory of that sound was stuck in my head like a splinter. I crept out of the fort and tiptoed down the hall to my mom's room. She was still asleep, looking peaceful, and I didn't have the heart to wake her. I just stood there for a minute, watching her breathe, and then I went back to the living room and started taking down the fort. My hands were shaking as I folded the blankets, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to hear that shriek again, but it never came. When my mom woke up later, I didn't tell her about it. I don't know why. Maybe I thought she wouldn't believe me, or maybe I was afraid that talking about it would make it real again. She made pancakes for breakfast, and everything seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. I spent the whole day jumping at shadows, and that night I slept in my own bed with the door closed tight. Years have passed since then, and I've never heard anything like it again. I've asked around, looked up animal sounds online, even talked to neighbors, but no one has any idea what it could have been. Sometimes I wonder if I dreamed it, but it was too vivid, too real. The memory still pops up at random times, like when I'm home alone at night, or when I hear a strange noise, and that same cold fear washes over me. I'm an adult now, and I know it probably wasn't anything supernatural, but that doesn't make it any less terrifying. It's just one of those things that happened, and I'll never have an explanation for it. Story 14. I've been putting off writing this down for a while now, because every time I think about it, I get this cold knot in my stomach that just won't go away. But I need to get it out, and maybe someone here will get it, because honestly, I still don't know what to make of it. It's one of those things that sounds stupid when you say it out loud, but when it's happening to you, it feels like the world is tilting on its axis. So, I used to watch this show on Netflix, Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. You know, the one with the witch stuff and all the satanic themes. I got into it because a friend recommended it, and I'd always been into creepy shows. Nothing too serious, just something to pass the time. I'd binge an episode or two before bed, which, in hindsight, was probably a bad idea, but at the time, it was just entertainment. My friend, the one who got me into it, he'd joke around about it sometimes. He'd say stuff like, "You keep watching that and you're gonna summon something," or "all that devil worship is gonna leak into your life." We'd laugh it off because it's just a TV show, right? How could it be real? But then this one day happened, and I swear it changed everything. It was a Tuesday, I think, because I remember I had the day off work, and Tuesdays are usually my lazy days. I woke up around 8 in the morning, feeling pretty normal. The sun was coming through my blinds, and I could hear birds outside, the usual morning sounds. I rolled over and grabbed my phone from the nightstand, just to check the time and see if I had any messages. That's when I saw it. A text from my friend, sent about an hour earlier. It said, Hey, why did you call me at 3:33 in the morning? You woke me up. My first thought was confusion. I didn't remember calling anyone, especially not in the middle of the night. I'm a heavy sleeper, and I'm usually out cold by 11. So I typed back, I didn't call you. I was asleep. Then I opened my call log to double check, scrolled through the outgoing calls, and there was nothing from last night. The last call I made was to my mom around 7 in the evening, and that was it. No record of a call to my friend at 3:33 in the morning. Nothing. I felt this little prickle of unease, but I brushed it off. Maybe he dreamt it or something. People get confused when they wake up suddenly. So I texted him again, "Are you sure? My call log doesn't show anything." He replied pretty quick, saying, "Yeah, I'm sure. My phone rang, and it was your number." I answered, but there was just silence, and then it hung up after a few seconds. That's when the prickle turned into a full-on chill. Why would he say that if it wasn't true? We've been friends for years. He's not the type to make stuff up. And the time, 3:33 in the morning. That number stuck in my head because I'd heard things about it before, you know, in those creepy stories online. Something about it being a demonic hour or whatever. I tried to shake it off, told myself it was a glitch or maybe his phone acting up. But deep down, I couldn't ignore the timing. I got out of bed and went about my morning routine, but my mind kept circling back to that text. I made coffee, the smell usually calming, but today it didn't help. I kept checking my phone, half expecting to see something else weird. My hands felt a little shaky, and I had to sit down at the kitchen table just to steady myself. The apartment was quiet, too quiet. Normally, I'd put on some music or the TV for background noise, but today the silence felt heavy, like it was pressing in on me. I decided to distract myself by doing some chores. I cleaned up the kitchen, wiped down the counters, but my thoughts kept drifting. That number, 3:33, it was like an earworm I couldn't get rid of. I remembered my friend's jokes about the show Manifesting Evil, and for the first time, it didn't seem funny. It felt targeted, like someone or something was playing a trick on me. Around noon, I thought maybe I'd watch an episode of Sabrina to take my mind off things. Stupid, I know, but it was my go-to for relaxation. I curled up on the couch with my laptop, the same spot where I always watch shows. The room was dim, because I hadn't opened the curtains all the way, and the light from the screen cast weird shadows on the walls. I clicked on the next episode in the series. I was halfway through the 3rd season, I think. The opening credits rolled, and I settled in, trying to focus on the story. The episode was about some hellish punishment scene, which was pretty standard for the show. Characters dealing with consequences for messing with dark magic. I was half paying attention, my mind still on that phone call, when something on the screen caught my eye. In the background of one shot there was a clock or a sign, I'm not sure, but it clearly showed the number 333. It wasn't highlighted or anything, it was just there, like part of the set design, but seeing it made my blood run cold. I paused the video and leaned closer to the screen. My heart was pounding in my chest, so loud I could hear it in my ears. I rewound a few seconds and played it again. Yep, there it was. 333, clear as day. In the context of the scene, it was probably meant to be innocuous, maybe a room number or something. But all I could think about was that text from this morning. 3:33 in the morning. A wave of nausea hit me, and I felt dizzy, like the room was spinning. I clutched the edge of the couch cushion, my knuckles turning white. This couldn't be a coincidence. First the call at 3:33, now this number popping up in the show I was watching. It felt like I was being messaged, like something was trying to get my attention. My skin crawled, and I had this overwhelming urge to look over my shoulder, like someone was standing behind me. I quickly closed the laptop and set it aside. My hands were trembling, and I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to stop the shivering. The apartment felt colder suddenly, even though the thermostat hadn't changed. I got up and paced around the living room, my breath coming in short gasps. I kept glancing at my phone, half expecting it to ring or for another text to come through. But it was silent, dead silent. I thought about calling my friend back, but what would I say? "Hey, I think your joke about the show is coming true." He'd think I'd lost it. Plus, I didn't want to drag him into this more than he already was. So I just sat there, on the edge of the couch, staring at the blank TV screen. The fear was real, physical. I could feel it in my gut, a tight ball of anxiety that made it hard to breathe. As the afternoon wore on, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was all in my head. I'd been watching too much creepy stuff, and my brain was making connections where there weren't any. But that didn't explain the phone call. My friend isn't a liar, and his phone showed my number. Could it have been a spoofed call? Maybe, but why at that exact time? And why did it have to coincide with the number in the show? I decided to look up the episode online, see if anyone else had noticed the number. But I stopped myself. What if I found something that made it worse? I didn't want to fall down that rabbit hole. Instead, I busied myself with small tasks, folding laundry, organizing my bookshelf, but my mind wasn't in it. Every little noise made me jump. The fridge humming, a car passing outside, it all felt amplified, like the world was closing in. By evening, I was exhausted but too wired to sleep. I kept checking the time, watching the clock tick closer to night. What if something else happened at 3:33? The thought made my skin prickle with goosebumps. I decided to stay up, just in case. I made some tea, but my hands were still shaky, and I spilled a little on the counter. I wiped it up, my movements jerky and nervous. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, trying to read a book, but I couldn't concentrate. The words blurred together, and all I could think about was that number, 3:33. It felt like a countdown to something, but I didn't know what. I put on some soft music, but even that didn't help. The melodies seemed off, like they were hiding something sinister. As it got later, around 11, I started feeling drowsy, but I fought it. I didn't want to be asleep if something happened. I kept my phone close, checking the call log every few minutes, even though I knew it was pointless. The apartment was too quiet again, and I found myself listening for any unusual sounds, footsteps, whispers, anything. But there was nothing, just the hum of the electronics and my own breathing. Then, around 2 in the morning, I must have dozed off on the couch, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a noise. It was my phone vibrating on the coffee table. I grabbed it, my heart hammering, and saw that it was a notification, a low battery warning. The time on the screen said 2:17. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Nothing weird, but the fear was still there, coiled tight in my chest. I got up and paced again, my legs feeling weak. I went to the window and peeked through the blinds. The street was empty, just a few parked cars and the glow of streetlights. Normal, but it didn't feel normal. It felt like the calm before a storm. I decided to try and sleep for real, but as I lay down in bed, I kept my phone on the nightstand, screen facing up so I could see it. I closed my eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. My mind raced with what-ifs. What if the call happened again? What if it wasn't a glitch? What if the show had somehow opened a door I couldn't close? I must have drifted off eventually, because the next thing I remember is waking up with a start. The room was dark and I felt disoriented. I fumbled for my phone and the screen lit up, 3:33 in the morning. Exactly. My heart skipped a beat. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. No calls, no texts, just silence. But the coincidence was too much. Waking up at the exact time of the supposed call, it felt like I was being watched, like something knew I was thinking about it. I lay there, frozen, for what felt like hours. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the sheets made me flinch. I could feel my pulse in my throat and my mouth was dry. I didn't move until the sun started to rise, casting a weak light through the window. Only then did I feel safe enough to get up. That morning, I made a decision. I wasn't going to watch Chilling Adventures of Sabrina ever again. I even thought about cancelling my Netflix subscription, but that felt too extreme. But every time I saw the show icon, I'd get that chill again. I told myself it was just a series of coincidences, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. The way the numbers lined up, the timing, it felt intentional, like a warning or an invitation I didn't want to accept. I never figured out what really happened with that phone call. My friend and I talked about it a few times, but we both agreed to drop it. He said his phone might have glitched, or maybe it was a wrong number that showed up as mine. But I don't buy it. And seeing that number in the show right after, it stuck with me. Even now, months later, I get uneasy when I see the number 333 anywhere. On clocks, license plates, it doesn't matter. It brings back that day, that feeling of being targeted by something I can't see or understand. I still don't have answers, and I probably never will. All I know is that day changed how I see things. It made me realize that sometimes the scariest stuff isn't in the movies. It's in the little coincidences that feel too perfect to be random. And that's why I'm sharing this, because if anyone else has gone through something similar, maybe we're not alone in this, but for me it's just this lingering fear that I can't shake, no matter how hard I try. Story 15. The first couple days were exactly what we'd hoped for. Music, people, the kind of chaos you can only get away with when no adults are around. But by the third night, the place was packed. Her siblings were there, a bunch of cousins, friends of friends. Every couch and spare mattress on the second floor was taken. That's how we ended up in the attic. I'd never even been up there before. The door was just this plain, white-painted thing at the end of the upstairs hallway that I'd always assumed was a closet. My girlfriend, she just shrugged and said, "There's a pull-down staircase. It's kind of dusty, but there's a mattress up there." It was that or the floor, so up we went. The stairs groaned under our weight, this long metal fold-out thing that felt like it might buckle. The air that hit me was the first thing I noticed. It was thick and still, and it smelled like old wood and dust, a smell that gets right deep in your nose. We had to use our phone flashlights because there was no real light switch, just a bare bulb hanging from a chain in the center of the room. When I pulled it, this weak, yellowy light flickered on, barely pushing back the shadows in the corners. The attic was huge, way bigger than I expected, just one open space with a sloped ceiling. Stuff was everywhere, covered in white sheets that looked like ghosts in the dim light. Old furniture, stacks of boxes, a couple of rusty-looking bicycles. It was a graveyard for things nobody wanted anymore but couldn't bring themselves to throw out. We found the mattress shoved under the eaves, one of those old thin ones with the floral pattern that you can feel the springs through. We shook the dust off it, spread out our sleeping bags, and called it good. At the time, it felt like an adventure. The party wound down eventually. We could hear the last of the people stumbling off to bed downstairs, the house getting quieter and quieter until the only sound was the low hum of the refrigerator from 2 floors below. We talked for a bit, laughing about the night, but then she fell asleep almost instantly. She was always like that. Me, I've never been a good sleeper, especially not in a new place. I lay there for what felt like hours, just staring up at the dark shapes of the roof beams. The air was so heavy, it felt like a weight on my chest. Every little noise from the old house settling made me jump. A creak from downstairs, a pop from the wood. Normal stuff, but in the absolute silence of that attic, every sound was huge. I remember just focusing on the sound of my girlfriend breathing next to me, trying to match my breathing to hers to calm down. That's when I saw it. My eyes had adjusted to the dark, and there was a little bit of light coming from the one small, grimy window at the far end of the attic, just a sliver of moonlight or maybe a distant street lamp. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, a trick of the light. It was a patch of darkness near the window that was just blacker than the rest of the room, a mass like a cloud of ink hanging in the air. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me from being so tired. But it didn't go away. It just stayed there, and then it started to change. It wasn't fast, it was slow, like smoke coiling. The darkness pulled in on itself, getting denser, taking on a shape, a human shape. It formed the outline of a girl, I think. She was small, with long, stringy hair that seemed to float around her head, even though there was no breeze in that stale air. I was frozen. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. My heart wasn't just beating fast, it was slamming against my ribs, a frantic, painful hammering. This can't be real, this can't be real, was the only thing looping in my head. But it was. I was wide awake and I was seeing it. Then the worst part, her face. It was just a pale smudge in the darkness, but I could see it clearly enough to make out her expression. She was smirking, not smiling, not looking sad or scary in a generic way. It was a specific knowing smirk, like she'd been waiting for me to notice her, and she was amused by my terror. Her eyes were just dark pits, but I could feel them locked on me. I was pinned by that look. I wanted to scream, to shake my girlfriend awake, to do anything, but my body had completely shut down. I was just a pair of eyes, trapped in a statue, watching this thing smirk at me from across the room. I don't know how long I stared at her. It could have been 10 seconds or 10 minutes. Time didn't mean anything. All I could feel was this cold dread washing through me, a chill that started in my guts and spread out to my fingers and toes. I finally managed to wrench my gaze away, squeezing my eyes shut so tight I saw sparks. I buried my face into the back of my girlfriend's sleeping bag, praying that when I looked again, it would be gone. For a few minutes, I just lay there, trembling, my face pressed into the musty polyester. The only thing I could hear was the wild thumping of my own heart in my ears. I started to feel a little stupid. Maybe I'd just fallen asleep and had a nightmare. Maybe it was a shadow from a tree outside. I had to look. I had to know. I slowly, so slowly, opened my eyes and lifted my head just enough to peer over my girlfriend's shoulder. The dark mass by the window was gone. A wave of pure relief washed over me, so strong I almost cried. It was a shadow. It had to be. I was just freaking myself out in a strange house. I let out a shaky breath I didn't realize I'd been holding and was about to try and settle back down when I saw the hand. It was coming from behind me, from the space between my girlfriend and the wall. A long, pale, feminine hand. The fingers were slender and elegant, but there was something wrong with them, something unnaturally articulate. They moved with a fluid, expressive grace that was completely alien. It was walking. That's the only way I can describe it. The tips of its fingers were touching my girlfriend's shoulder, and it was walking them across her body like a spider. It wasn't grabbing or clutching. It was toying. The fingers would tap dance lightly on the fabric of her t-shirt, then pause, then slowly, deliberately, trail down her arm. My blood went cold, colder than before. This was different from the figure. The figure was over there. This was right here. This was touching her. I stopped breathing again. My mind was screaming, a silent internal shriek of pure panic. Wake her up! Roll over! Do something! But I was paralyzed all over again. All I could do was watch, my eyes wide and dry, as the hand continued its slow, meandering journey across her torso. It moved up to her neck, the back of its fingers just barely brushing her skin. It traced the line of her collarbone, then drifted down, walking its fingers over her ribs. It was so slow, so deliberate. It knew I was watching, I was sure of it. This was a performance. And I was the audience. It was feeding on my fear, drinking it in. I could feel its amusement, a vile, silent laughter that filled the room. The fingers would sometimes stop and just rest on her, and I'd stare, waiting for it to clench, to dig its nails in, to hurt her. But it never did. It just kept moving, exploring, a slow, intimate violation that I was powerless to stop. The contrast was what made it so horrifying. My girlfriend was sleeping peacefully, her face calm, completely unaware of this thing touching her, while I was lying right next to her, dying 1,000 deaths, watching it happen. I wanted to close my eyes, to make it go away, but I was too terrified to look away. What if I closed my eyes and it moved to her face? What if it moved to me? So I watched. I watched until my vision started to blur from not blinking. I watched until the fine details of those pale, expressive fingers were burned into my brain. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. The fear was a physical pain in my chest. I shut my eyes, pressing my lids together so hard it hurt. I started chanting in my head just, "Please, please, please, please," over and over again. I didn't know who or what I was begging, but it was the only thought I could form. I focused everything I had on the feeling of the cheap mattress beneath me, the smell of the dust, the sound of my own frantic heartbeat, anything to anchor myself to reality and away from the nightmare happening inches from my face. I don't know when I finally fell asleep. It wasn't really sleep, more like my brain just short-circuited from the terror and shut down. The next thing I knew, a grey, weak light was filtering through the dirty attic window. Morning. I didn't move for a long time. I just lay there, listening. The house was silent. I could hear birds outside. I slowly, carefully, opened my eyes. The attic looked exactly as it had when we first came up. Dusty, cluttered, but normal. The shadows were just shadows. The hand was gone. My girlfriend was still asleep next to me, undisturbed. I felt like I'd been run over by a truck. Every muscle in my body was sore from being so tense all night. My head was pounding. I sat up, my movements stiff and slow, and just looked at my girlfriend sleeping. She looked so peaceful. A part of me wanted to wake her up and tell her everything right then, but another bigger part was just so relieved it was over that I didn't want to relive it. I convinced myself it was a nightmare, a super vivid, hyper-realistic nightmare brought on by too much junk food and the weird atmosphere of the attic. We went about our day. We hung out with her siblings who were still there, made a big breakfast, tried to act normal. But I was jumpy. Every time someone moved suddenly or a door creaked, I flinched. I couldn't get the image of that smirking face or those walking fingers out of my head. It felt less like a memory and more like a stain on my mind. It was later that afternoon. We were all just lounging around the living room, talking about nothing, when it just spilled out of me. I didn't plan it. I just said, "That attic is seriously creepy." My girlfriend just laughed and said, "Yeah, it's dusty." But her older brother, he got quiet. He looked at me, really looked at me, and his expression was completely serious. "Why?" he asked. "What happened?" So I told them. My voice was shaky. I didn't tell them everything, not the full detail of the hand, but I told them about not being able to sleep, about seeing a dark shape by the window that looked like a girl, about feeling like I was being watched all night. I tried to play it off, to make it sound like I was just spooked, but the fear in my voice was real. When I finished, there was a long silence. My girlfriend was looking at me with concern, but her brother and her sister were looking at each other. It was a look that said everything. Her brother let out a long breath. "We don't go up there," he said, his voice low. "What do you mean?" I asked. "None of us do," her sister chimed in. "Not since we were kids. We used to play up there, but we all stopped. We never talked about it, we just all stopped going up there." My girlfriend looked confused. What are you talking about? I don't remember that. You were too little, her brother said. He turned back to me. We all had experiences, things moving, shadows that didn't make sense. I saw a face in the window once, but the window is on the second story. There's no ledge out there. He shrugged, like it was just a fact of life. We just decided as a group, without ever saying it out loud, to stay out of the attic. We told our parents we didn't like the dust. We never told them the real reason. I just stared at them. The air went out of my lungs. It wasn't a nightmare. It wasn't in my head. They knew. They'd all known, and they'd let us sleep up there. A hot, sick anger mixed with the cold fear still sitting in my stomach. I was so angry. Why didn't they say anything? Why didn't they warn us? But the anger was quickly swallowed by a deeper, more profound horror. It was real. The smirking girl, the hand. It was all real. The thing had been in that room with us, touching her, watching me, and it had been there for years. It was a part of the house. I never went back into that attic. We slept on the living room floor for the rest of the week. I never talked about it with my girlfriend again. What was there to say? But I've never forgotten it. Not the smirk, not the feeling of those expressive fingers walking across her sleeping body, and not the calm, matter-of-fact way her siblings confirmed that the horror was real. The worst part isn't even what I saw. It's the knowing. The knowing that some things are just there, in the dark, in the quiet places, waiting. And sometimes you're just unlucky enough to look. Seiki's Story 16. Then we drove up early that morning, the sun just starting to warm up the chill in the air. The road into the goldfields was rough, mostly dirt and gravel, and our car bounced over potholes the whole way. By the time we parked, it was probably around 10 in the morning. The air smelled like pine and damp earth, and the forest was thick and dark around us. We packed light, just some water, snacks, and a first aid kit, plus our phones. Though service was spotty out there, the mine wasn't far from the parking area, maybe a 30-minute walk if you took your time. But the trail was overgrown in places, with roots snaking across the path and branches grabbing at our clothes. The mine itself was exactly what you'd expect, a crumbling entrance half hidden by bushes with rusted old equipment scattered around. We spent a couple of hours poking around, taking pictures and just soaking in the history. It was eerie, but in a fun way, the kind of thing that gives you a little thrill. My girlfriend mentioned she'd heard some weird knocking sounds earlier, like wood hitting wood, but we brushed it off as probably just animals or the wind. She's always been a bit more sensitive to that stuff than me, but I figured it was nothing. We laughed about it, joked about ghosts, and started heading back around 2 in the afternoon. That's when things started to feel off. The walk back should have been the same as the walk in, but almost immediately the forest got quiet. Not just quiet, but dead silent. No birds chirping, no squirrels rustling in the underbrush, not even the usual hum of insects. It was like someone had hit a mute button on the world. I remember feeling a chill, even though the sun was still out, and I pulled my jacket tighter. My girlfriend noticed it too. She kept glancing around, her steps getting quicker without her even realizing it. Then the knocks started. At first, it was just 1 or 2, faint but clear, like someone tapping a thick branch against a tree. They came from deep in the woods to our left. We stopped and listened, but nothing else happened. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a woodpecker or a tree creaking in the wind. But there was no wind. The air was completely still. My girlfriend grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in. "That's what I heard before," she whispered, her voice shaky. "At the mine." We kept walking, but the knocks came again. Louder this time, not just 1 or 2, but a series of them, rapid and deliberate, like someone was signaling or trying to get our attention. They echoed through the trees, and I felt my skin prickle. We picked up the pace. our boots crunching on the dry leaves. The trail began to narrow as we entered what I later learned was the bottleneck area, a section where the path squeezed between steep cliffs on one side and a dense wall of forest on the other. The cliffs were maybe 20 feet high, rough and jagged, with trees growing out of the cracks, and the forest on the other side was so thick you couldn't see more than a few feet in. That's when the feeling of being watched hit me. It wasn't just a vague unease, it was intense, like eyes were burning into the back of my neck. I kept turning around, but there was nothing there, just the empty trail and those silent woods. My girlfriend was breathing heavily beside me, and I could feel her trembling. "Do you hear that?" she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I listened, and yeah, I heard it. A rustling sound, like something moving through the underbrush, keeping pace with us. Not too close, but not far either. It was steady, rhythmic, like footsteps. We started walking faster, almost jogging, but the rustling kept up. Then the knocks came again, closer now, from the forest side. They were loud, aggressive, like someone pounding on a tree trunk. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I could feel sweat trickling down my back despite the cool air. I grabbed my girlfriend's hand, and we broke into a run. The path was uneven, with rocks and roots trying to trip us up, and I remember stumbling, my ankle twisting, but I didn't stop. Adrenaline took over, and all I could think was that we needed to get out of that bottleneck. As we ran, the rustling sound got louder, like whatever it was had sped up too. I glanced over my shoulder and saw nothing, but the feeling of being chased was overwhelming. The cliffs loomed over us, casting long shadows that made everything darker, and the forest felt like it was closing in, the trees leaning in like they were alive. My girlfriend let out a small cry, and I saw her face was pale, her eyes wide with terror. "It's following us," she gasped, and I knew she was right. Then the knocks changed. They weren't random anymore. They seemed to be answering each other, coming from different directions. One from the left, one from the right, like a conversation. It was eerie as hell, and it made my blood run cold. I've never been so scared in my life. We were running full out now, our lungs burning, and I could hear our panting mixed with the sound of our feet pounding the dirt. The rustling was right on our heels, and I swear I could hear heavy breathing, like an animal, but deeper, more deliberate. We burst out of the bottleneck into a slightly wider part of the trail, but the feeling didn't lift. If anything, it got worse. The knocks were everywhere, echoing through the trees, and the rustling was so close I thought something was about to grab us. My girlfriend tripped and fell, scraping her knee, but I yanked her up, not stopping. "We have to keep going," I said, my voice rough with fear. She nodded, tears in her eyes, and we kept running. I don't know how long we ran, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10, but it felt like hours. Every second, I expected to see something, anything, but there was nothing. Just those sounds, those fucking knocks and rustles, and that feeling of eyes on us. Finally, we reached the edge of the goldfields, where the trail opened up near the parking area. The sounds faded behind us, but we didn't stop until we were at the car, fumbling with the keys. Our hands shaking so badly it took me 3 tries to unlock the doors. We jumped in, slammed the doors shut, and I started the engine, peeling out of there like demons were on our tail. As we drove away, my girlfriend was crying quietly, and I was gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. That's when she said it, her voice trembling. The knocks. They were the same as before. Exactly the same. And she was right. I remembered her mentioning them at the mine, and now, hearing them in that gulch, it cemented everything. This wasn't just some random noise, it was connected, and it was real. We didn't talk much on the drive home. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something in the road behind us, but there was nothing. When we got back to our apartment, we both just sat there for a while, too shaken to move. I kept replaying it in my head. The silence, the knocks, the feeling of being watched, the way the forest seemed to come alive. And that history, the triple murder, and the grizzly bear country, it all added up to this overwhelming sense of dread. I've been in scary situations before, but this was different. This felt personal, like we'd stumbled into something that didn't want us there. Even now, weeks later, I still get chills thinking about it. I can't explain what happened, and I don't want to. All I know is that we went out for a hike and came back changed. And I'll never set foot in Murderer's Gulch again. Undoubtedly, Story 17. It was one of those days that started out completely normal, the kind where you don't expect anything to go wrong, and you're just going through the motions. I woke up around 7 in the morning, the sun already peeking through the blinds in my bedroom. My room's pretty small, with this old wooden dresser against the wall that's been there since I was a kid, and the carpet's a bit worn down near the door from all the years of pacing back and forth. That morning I felt okay, not great, but not terrible either. Just numb, I guess. It's been like that since my mum died back in 2019. Some days are better than others, but this one, it started off quiet. I got out of bed, my feet hitting the cold floor, and headed to the kitchen to make coffee. The house was silent, the way it always is now. It's just me here, in the same place we lived when she was alive. Sometimes I think about moving, but it feels like giving up, like I'd be leaving her behind. As I waited for the coffee to brew, I leaned against the counter and stared out the window. The backyard looked the same as ever. Overgrown grass, the old oak trees swaying in the breeze, nothing out of the ordinary. But then, my mind started drifting to her, like it does most mornings. I've been having these dreams about my mom, vivid ones where she's alive and we're talking, laughing, just like old times. But in every single one, there's this moment where I realize she's not supposed to be here. And her face, it twists. It's not like a monster from a movie or anything. It's subtler, more terrifying. Her eyes go blank like static on an old TV, and her mouth stretches in a way that's not human. It's like something's wearing her skin, but it doesn't fit right. I've woken up sweating from those dreams more times than I can count, my heart pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. That morning, though, it was different. I was standing there sipping my coffee, and I got this wave of frustration. It's not that I was angry at her, more like I was angry at the situation, at the fact that she's gone, and I'm stuck here with these nightmares. I muttered something under my breath, like, "Why can't you just let me be?" I didn't mean it in a bad way, just tired, you know? And as soon as I said it, I heard it. The creak. The hallway door to my room, it's one of those old ones that doesn't close all the way unless you push it hard. I always make sure it's shut at night because the sound gives me the creeps. But right then, with no one else in the house, it creaked open, slowly, like someone was pushing it from the other side. My heart skipped a beat. I put my coffee down, my hands shaking a little, and walked over to check it out. The door was open just a crack, enough to see the dark space of my bedroom beyond. I pushed it closed, my palm against the wood, and it felt cold, really cold, like it had been sitting in a freezer. I told myself it was just the draft, but the house wasn't that chilly. It was a warm morning, probably in the 70s outside. I tried to shake it off and went about my day. I had work to do. I worked from home, freelance stuff, so I sat down at my desk in the living room. My computer's an old laptop, but it usually runs fine. I was scrolling through emails, trying to focus, but I couldn't stop thinking about that door. Around noon, I decided to take a break and maybe watch something online to distract myself. That's when the internet cut out. It wasn't like a normal outage, where it flickers or slows down. 1 second I was streaming a video, and the next, everything went dead. The Wi-Fi symbol on my laptop just disappeared. I checked the router. It was still on, lights blinking like usual. I reset it, unplugged it, waited a minute, plugged it back in. Nothing. My phone couldn't connect either. It was weird because I'd paid the bill, and there were no storms or anything that could have caused it. I felt this knot in my stomach, remembering how I'd admitted to myself earlier, in a moment of weakness, that I was scared her spirit might be hanging around, not in a good way, but like something was wrong. And now, the internet was gone, like it was listening. I spent the next couple of hours trying to fix it, but no luck. The silence in the house was getting to me. Every little noise made me jump, the fridge humming, the floorboards settling. I kept glancing toward the hallway, half expecting to see something. By late afternoon, I was on edge. I decided to call it quits on work and just relax. I made some food, but I didn't have much appetite. I ended up sitting on the couch, staring at the wall, my mind racing. As the sun started to set, around 6 or 7, the light in the room changed, casting long shadows. That's when I started feeling it, this presence. It's hard to describe, but it's like when you know someone's standing behind you, even if you can't see them. My skin prickled and the back of my neck felt cold. I turned around a few times, but there was nothing there, just empty space. I tried to tell myself it was all in my head, that grief does weird things to you, but it felt too real, too physical. I decided to go to bed early, hoping sleep would reset everything. I brushed my teeth, changed into pajamas, and got into bed. It was around 9:30, I think. I lay there in the dark, listening to the sounds of the house. The clock on my bedside table ticked away, each second feeling louder than the last. I closed my eyes, but I couldn't relax. That's when the dream started. It began like the others. I was in the kitchen with my mom, and she was making her famous pancakes, the ones she used to make on weekends. She was smiling, humming a tune, and everything felt warm and safe. We were talking about nothing important, just everyday stuff, and for a moment I forgot she was gone. But then I looked at her, and I remembered. I said, "Mom, you're not here." And that's when it happened. Her face didn't change all at once. It was gradual. Her eyes lost their sparkle, turning into this grey, staticky haze, like an old photograph fading. Her smile twisted, not into a snarl, but into this vacant, stretched-out expression that made my blood run cold. It was like she was melting, but not in a gross way, more like she was unraveling, becoming something else. In the dream, I backed away, but she reached out, her hand cold and staticky, like TV snow. I woke up gasping, my heart hammering in my chest. The room was dark, but I could see the shapes of furniture around me, and that's when I felt it, the breathing. It was right behind me, on the side of the bed where no one sleeps. I sleep on the right, and the left side's always empty. But I felt this warm, damp breath on the back of my neck, like someone was leaning over me. My whole body went rigid. I couldn't move, couldn't even breathe properly. I was frozen, just listening to it. Soft, steady breaths. Too close, too real. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping it would go away, but it didn't. It felt like minutes passed, though it was probably only seconds. Then, I forced myself to open my eyes and look. That's when I saw it. Near the foot of my bed, standing in the shadows, was this figure. It wasn't solid, more like a patch of grey static, the kind you see on a dead channel. It had a human shape, but blurry, like it was made of TV noise. It didn't move, just stood there, and I could feel it watching me. My throat tightened and I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I could smell something too, a faint metallic odor, like old coins or rust. It's a smell I remember from when I was a kid, and we'd visit my grandma's basement, but here, in my bedroom, it made no sense. I don't know how long I lay there, staring at it. My mind was racing, trying to figure out if it was her, my mum, or something else. The dreams always made me wonder if her spirit was trying to reach me, but this felt different, malevolent, like it was pretending to be her to get close. The static figure didn't do anything, just hovered, and the breathing behind me kept going. I could feel the weight of it, like the air was thick and heavy. Eventually, I mustered the courage to move. I slowly reached for the lamp on my bedside table, my fingers fumbling for the switch. When I turned it on, the light flooded the room, and for a second everything was normal. The figure was gone, the breathing stopped. But the feeling didn't. The room felt charged, like after a storm, and I could still smell that metallic scent. I sat up, my whole body trembling, and looked around. Nothing, just my room, the way it always is. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I stayed up, sitting in bed with the lights on, watching the door, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. The internet came back on around 2 in the morning, no explanation. I checked my phone, and it connected right away. It was like whatever had been there had decided to leave for now. That was the day it all came to a head. I've had other experiences since then, little things, like objects moving or sounds in the night, but that one day, from morning to night, was the worst. It's left me constantly on edge, always feeling like I'm being watched. I don't know if it's my mom or something else, and I might never know. All I have is that memory, the static figure, the breathing, and this fear that won't go away. Story 18. My room was okay. It had blue wallpaper with little ships on it. But the best part, the part that made me forget about leaving my old friends, was the attic. It wasn't a creepy, dusty attic filled with boxes. The landlord, or maybe the people before us, had fixed it up as a playroom. It had a big, round, braided rug on the floor, and the walls were slanted because of the roof, but it was painted a clean white. There was a single bare light bulb hanging from a chain in the center, and the floorboards were wide and smooth. It became my space. I'd spend hours up there with my action figures, building forts out of blankets, just being a kid in my own private world. The house was mostly fine. It had its weird noises, all old houses do. Pipes knocking, floorboards creaking when no one was walking on them, that kind of thing. But there was one room I never, ever went into. It was at the back of the house, down a short hall from the kitchen. My mom called it the spare room, but it felt like more than that. The door was always closed. One day, out of curiosity, I turned the knob and peeked inside. The air that came out was stale and thick. The room was small, with one window that looked out onto the side of the neighbor's fence, so it was always dim. There was a metal-framed bed in there with a bare, stained mattress. The stains were yellowish-brown, and they were in the middle, like someone had spilled something a long time ago, and it had just seeped in and stayed. But that wasn't the worst part. Hanging from a thick, exposed beam in the ceiling, right over the bed, was a rope. It was tied into a noose. It wasn't swinging or anything dramatic. It was just there. Dust motes floated in the slivers of light that cut through the window blinds, and they drift around this rope like it was the center of everything. The knot was thick and complex looking. I didn't know what a noose was back then, not really. But I knew it was a bad thing. I knew it was for hanging. I remember my stomach just dropping, like I'd missed a step on the stairs. I backed out slowly, closed the door as quietly as I could, and I never, ever opened it again. I didn't even like walking past that door. I'd hold my breath until I was safely in the kitchen. Life went on. The creepiness of that back room became just a background fact, like the cold feeling of the house. I had my attic. I made new friends at school. Things were normal. Then, one night, everything changed. I can't tell you the exact date, but it was a school night, probably a Tuesday or Wednesday. I'd gone to bed like normal. I had this recurring dream sometimes, a bad one about being lost in a department store. But that night, it was different. I slipped into a dream, but it wasn't like normal dreaming. I was aware I was dreaming, but I couldn't wake up. That's what they call lucid, right? But this wasn't fun. It was the most terrifying feeling of my life. I was in a jungle, but it was all wrong. It was pitch black. Not dark, but a complete, suffocating absence of light. I couldn't see my own hands in front of my face. The air was hot and wet, clinging to my skin, and it smelled like rotting leaves and wet earth. I could hear things moving in the darkness around me. Not animals, not anything I could recognize. It was a slithering, scraping sound and heavy breathing that wasn't my own. I started to run. My feet sank into this thick, muddy ground with every step, pulling at my sneakers. Thorns from unseen plants ripped at my pajamas, at my arms. I was crying, screaming for my mom, but no sound would come out. It was like my voice was just swallowed by the blackness. And the thing, whatever was chasing me, was getting closer. I could feel it. The air got colder right behind me, and the breathing got louder, a wet, gurgling sound. I knew, with a certainty that was absolute and bone deep, that I was going to die. This thing was going to catch me, and I was going to die right there in that black jungle. My heart was beating so hard and so fast, I thought it was going to explode right out of my chest. It was a physical pain, a frantic hammering against my ribs. I was paralyzed with a pure, undiluted terror I didn't know a person could feel. And then, just as I felt a cold presence right at the back of my neck, I felt a tap on my left arm. It wasn't a soft tap, it wasn't a brush. It was 3 distinct, firm, deliberate presses. Tap, 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 like someone was trying to get my attention. The feeling was so real, so physical, it cut through the dream instantly. It was the feeling of fingers. I felt the pressure of 3 fingertips, solid and real, pressing into the soft part of my arm, between my elbow and my shoulder. The jungle vanished. The sound, the smell, the terror, it all just disappeared. It didn't fade. It was there 1 second, and then it was utterly, completely gone. I was awake. I was in my bed, in my room with the ship wallpaper. The streetlight outside was casting its usual orange glow through my window. I was lying on my back, and I was perfectly, totally calm. The shift was so abrupt, it was jarring. My heart, which had been trying to tear itself out of my chest a second before, was now beating slow and steady. My breathing was normal. The sweat on my skin was cooling, but there was no residual fear. None. It was like someone had flipped a switch. The peace that washed over me was so heavy and so complete, it felt like a warm blanket. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, feeling the lingering sensation of those 3 taps on my arm. I reached over with my right hand and felt the spot. The skin was warm, normal. There was no mark. But I could still feel the ghost of the pressure. I looked around my room. Nothing was out of place. My door was closed. The house was silent. I wasn't gasping or crying. I was just awake and safe. Awake. And the certainty that I was safe was as strong as the certainty that I was going to die had been moments before. I lay there for what felt like a long time, just feeling the peace. Then, the logical part of my kid brain kicked in. My mum must have come in to check on me, heard me whimpering in my sleep, and tapped my arm to wake me up. That made sense. It had to be that. I got out of bed, the floorboards cool under my feet, and padded out into the hallway. My parents' door was closed. I pushed it open gently. The room was dark, but I could see the shapes of them in their bed, both sleeping deeply. My dad was snoring softly. I went to my mum's side of the bed and whispered, "Mom." She stirred, rolling over. "What's wrong, honey?" she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. "Did you just come into my room?" I asked. "No, sweetie. I've been asleep. Did you have a bad dream?" "Yeah," I said. "But you didn't tap my arm to wake me up." She was more awake now, propping herself up on an elbow. "No, I didn't. I just woke up now when you came in. It was just a dream. Do you want to get in with us?" I shook my head, even though she probably couldn't see me. "No, it's okay." I went back to my room and got into bed. I wasn't scared. The peaceful feeling was still there, a solid thing inside me, but I was confused. If it wasn't my mum, then who tapped my arm? I hadn't imagined it. The feeling was too real, too specific. 3 deliberate taps. I replayed it in my head over and over, the pressure of the fingertips, the way it cut through the nightmare like a knife. The next morning at breakfast, I asked again, "Mum, Dad, are you sure neither of you came into my room last night and tapped my arm?" My dad looked up from his newspaper. "I was dead to the world, champ. Sorry." My mom gave me a concerned look. "It was just a very vivid dream. Sometimes when you wake up, the dream can feel real for a second." But it wasn't the dream that felt real, it was the tap. The dream was the unreal part. The tap was what woke me up from it. I didn't argue with her. What was I going to say? I just nodded and ate my cereal. That was the only time anything like that ever happened in that house. We lived there until I was 16, when my dad got transferred again. The back room with the noose always gave me the creeps, and I never set foot in it again. The rest of the house, though, even the attic, never felt scary after that night. It felt safe, protected even. It's a weird thing to say, but that feeling of peace never really left me whenever I was inside those walls. It was like whatever had tapped my arm that night had decided I was okay, and it was just letting me be. I've never been able to explain it. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. A hypnic jerk, a nerve thing, a coincidence, but none of it fits. The timing was too perfect, the feeling was too specific. 3 taps from a hand I couldn't see, pulling me back from a terror so complete I was convinced it was the end, and leaving me with a calm so deep I still can't forget it. I don't know what was in that house with us. I don't know if it was the thing from the jungle dream or something else entirely. I don't know why that room had a noose. All I know is that one night, when I was a kid, something in the dark was coming for me, and something else reached out and stopped it. Story 19. My girlfriend and I, we used to go to this old cemetery a lot. It wasn't like we were into morbid stuff or anything, it was just quiet, away from everything. We'd drive out there after dark, park the car near the back where the trees were thick, and just talk for hours. Sometimes we'd bring a blanket and sit on the grass, looking at the stars. It was our spot. No one ever bothered us there. The place was abandoned, really, with graves dating back to the 1800s, all overgrown with weeds and moss. The air always smelled like damp earth and decaying leaves, and at night it was so dark you could barely see your hand in front of your face without a flashlight. But we liked it. Felt private, you know, like our own little secret. That night, it was a Tuesday, I think, middle of the week, nothing special. We'd both had a long day. She'd been stressed from work and I was just tired from classes. So we decided to head out to the cemetery around 9 o'clock just to unwind. The drive over was normal. Radio on low, windows cracked to let in the cool night air. I remember the moon was just a sliver, so it was extra dark, and the stars were out but kind of hazy, like they were hiding behind a thin layer of clouds. When we pulled into the cemetery, everything seemed the same as always. The gate was rusted and creaked when I pushed it open, but I was used to that. We parked in our usual spot, under this big oak tree that had branches hanging low, almost touching the ground. We got out of the car, and I spread the blanket on the grass near a row of old headstones. The ground was a bit damp from earlier rain, but we didn't care. We sat down, and for the first little while, it was fine. We talked about stupid stuff, what we wanted to eat later, maybe catching a movie over the weekend. Normal couple things, but after about 20 minutes I started to feel off. It's hard to describe. At first, I thought it was just the cold seeping through my jeans, but then it became something else. This heavy feeling in my chest, like someone was sitting on it. My skin started to prickle, like tiny needles were poking me all over. I remember rubbing my arms, thinking maybe I was just getting chilled, But it wasn't that. It was a dread, a real tangible dread that I'd never felt before. Not like being scared of the dark or something. This was deeper, like my body knew something was wrong before my brain did. I tried to ignore it, kept talking to my girlfriend, but I could see she was getting uneasy too. She kept glancing around, her eyes darting from one shadow to another. The cemetery was dead silent. No crickets, no wind, nothing. Usually there'd be the rustle of leaves or the distant sound of cars, but that night it was like the world had gone mute. I felt this overwhelming sense that we were being watched, not like by a person, but by something else. It was like eyes were on us from every direction, but when I looked, there was nothing there. Just the graves, the trees, the darkness. My heart started beating faster, and I could feel it thumping in my ears. I kept telling myself it was all in my head, that we'd been here 100 times and nothing ever happened. But then my girlfriend suddenly went rigid. She was sitting next to me, and I felt her whole body tense up. I turned to look at her, and her face was pale, her eyes wide. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring past my shoulder, into the darkness behind us. I asked her what was wrong, but she didn't answer right away. Her breath was coming in short, sharp gasps. Then she whispered, "Do you feel that?" And I did. This coldness was spreading through me like ice water in my veins. The air felt thick, hard to breathe, like we were underwater. I tried to make a joke, something stupid like maybe we shouldn't have skipped dinner. But she didn't laugh. She just shook her head, and then she started to panic. I mean, full-on panic. My girlfriend is usually the calm one. She's not easily spooked. But this was different. She stood up so fast she almost tripped over the blanket, and her voice was shaking when she spoke. "We need to go. Now." I asked her why, what she saw, but she didn't make sense. She was swearing, and I mean really swearing, words I'd never heard her use before. She never curses, not even when she's mad. But she was saying things like, "Fuck this, we're leaving, get the fucking car started." It was so out of character that it scared me more than the feeling itself. I stood up too, and that's when it hit me, this wave of pure terror. It wasn't just a feeling anymore, it was a certainty. Like if we didn't get out of there right that second, we were going to die. I can't explain it better than that. It was this primal, gut-level knowledge that something was coming for us, and if we stayed, we wouldn't make it out alive. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely grab the keys from my pocket. I fumbled with them, dropping them once on the grass, and when I bent to pick them up, I felt this cold breath on the back of my neck. I spun around, but there was nothing there, just the empty graves, looking like black holes in the ground. My girlfriend was already at the car, yanking on the door handle. "Hurry up!" she screamed, and her voice was so strained it didn't even sound like her. I finally got the door open, and we both jumped in. I turned the key, and the engine roared to life. It's an old car, so it's usually loud, but that night it sounded like a scream in the silence. I didn't even bother with the headlights at first. I just slammed the car into reverse and backed out so fast the tires skidded on the gravel. As we pulled away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, and for a split second I thought I saw something move between the graves. Not a person, just a shift in the shadows, like something dark and formless sliding away. But it might have been my imagination. I don't know. We sped out of there, not caring about the speed limit or anything. I was driving like a maniac, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. My girlfriend was curled up in the passenger seat, her face buried in her hands, sobbing. I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see something following us, but the road behind us was empty. The whole drive. Neither of us said a word. The only sounds were the engine and her quiet crying. I could feel the adrenaline pumping through me, my heart still racing, and my hands were slick with sweat. I didn't know where we were going. I just knew we had to get away from that place. After about 10 minutes, we saw the lights of a gas station up ahead. It was one of those 24-hour places, bright and fluorescent, and it looked like heaven after the darkness. I pulled in and parked near the pumps, but I didn't get out right away. We just sat there for a minute, breathing hard, like we'd just run a marathon. The car was still running and I could feel the vibrations through the seat. I turned to look at my girlfriend, and she was staring straight ahead, her eyes red and puffy. She wiped her face with her sleeve and finally spoke, her voice hoarse. "What the hell was that?" I didn't have an answer, I just shook my head. We got out of the car and went inside the gas station. The place was empty except for the clerk, a bored-looking guy reading a magazine behind the counter. The lights were too bright, and the air smelled like coffee and gasoline. It felt safe, normal. We bought some water and sat on a bench outside under the awning. The night was still quiet, but now it felt peaceful, not oppressive. We didn't talk much at first, just drank our water and tried to calm down. My hands were still trembling, and I kept rubbing them together to warm them up. After a while, my girlfriend looked at me and said, "I've never been so scared in my life." I nodded. Me neither. We started piecing together what happened, but it didn't make any sense. She said she felt the same thing I did. That dread, the feeling of being watched. But she also said she saw something, just for a second. A shape, like a person but not, standing between the trees. She couldn't describe it, just that it was tall and dark. And it felt wrong. I told her about the cold breath on my neck, and she shuddered. We both agreed that whatever it wasn't human. But we didn't say ghost or demon. It was too real for that. It was like we'd stumbled into something we weren't supposed to see, and it wanted us gone. We sat there for maybe an hour, just trying to process it. The gas station clerk came out once to smoke a cigarette, and he gave us a weird look, but he didn't say anything. I think he could tell we were spooked. Eventually we got back in the car and drove home. The whole way we didn't turn on the radio. We just listened to the hum of the engine and the sound of our own breathing. When we got back to my apartment, we locked the door and checked all the windows like we were afraid something had followed us. We didn't sleep much that night. Every little noise made us jump. The next morning, we talked about it again, but we couldn't come up with any explanations. We looked up the cemetery online, but there wasn't much, just some old records. No stories of hauntings or anything. Maybe it was just our minds playing tricks on us, but it didn't feel like it. The fear was too raw, too physical. We made a promise to each other right then. We would never go back to that cemetery. Not ever. And we haven't. I drive a different route now if I have to go that way, just to avoid even seeing the place from a distance. That was months ago, and I still think about it all the time. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, sweating, with that same feeling of dread washing over me. My girlfriend says she has nightmares about it. We don't talk about it much anymore. It's like if we don't, it might not be real, but it is. I don't know what we experienced that night, and I probably never will. All I know is that for those few minutes in that cemetery, I was sure we were going to die, and the only thing that saved us was getting the hell out of there. And that's it. That's the story. I still can't explain it, and I doubt I ever will. Story 20. I've never been able to talk about this easily, and even now, typing it out feels like I'm tempting fate or something. But it's been eating at me for years, and I guess I need to get it off my chest. This happened when I was a kid, living in this old boarding house in West Virginia. My family ran the place, and we lived there too, so it was home. But it never felt safe. Not really. There was always something off about it, little things that piled up over time. But one day, just one fucking day, everything went from weird to downright terrifying. I'm talking about the day Uncle Peter got dragged out of bed by something none of us could see. That was the day we all knew we had to get out, and we never went back. It was a Saturday, I remember that much. Saturdays were usually busy because we had guests coming and going, but this particular one started quiet. Too quiet. The air felt heavy, like before a storm, but there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I woke up early, around 6 in the morning, because the floorboards in my room were creaking on their own. Not like someone walking, more like the house was settling in a way that made my skin crawl. I shared a room with my brother, but he was still asleep, so I just lay there listening. That's when I first heard it. A voice calling from upstairs, from the attic. It was faint, but clear as day, saying, "Here, kitty, kitty." We didn't have a cat, never had one. The sound was raspy, like an old man's voice, but it didn't belong to anyone in the house. I sat up in bed, my heart already hammering in my chest, and I just stared at the ceiling. My brother stirred but didn't wake up, and I didn't dare move. After a minute it stopped, and I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it, but I knew I hadn't. I got out of bed slowly, my feet cold on the wooden floor, and crept to the door. The hallway was dark, with only a sliver of light from under my parents' door down the hall. I could hear Mom already up, moving around in the kitchen downstairs. Normally, I'd go help her with breakfast, but that voice had me frozen. I decided to check the attic myself. Why? I don't know. Maybe because I was a stupid kid who thought facing things head-on would make them less scary. The attic door was at the end of the hall, a narrow thing that always stuck when you tried to open it. I grabbed the knob, and it felt colder than it should have, like ice. I had to yank it hard, and when it finally gave way, the smell hit me first, damp and dusty like old newspapers and mildew. I peered up the stairs into the darkness, but there was nothing there. No cat, no person, just shadows. I stood there for what felt like forever, half expecting to hear the voice again, but it was silent. So I closed the door and went downstairs, trying to shake off the creepiness. Breakfast was normal, if you can call anything in that house normal. Mom was frying eggs, and Dad was reading the paper at the table. Uncle Peter was already there, sipping coffee and looking tired. He'd been staying with us for a few months after losing his job, and he always said the house gave him the heebie-jeebies. That morning, he kept rubbing his eyes like he hadn't slept well. I didn't mention the voice to anyone. I didn't want to sound crazy. Instead, I helped set the table, and we ate in relative silence. But I couldn't stop glancing at the ceiling, half expecting to hear that call again. Nothing happened during breakfast, and for a little while I almost forgot about it. After we ate, Mom asked me to go to the living room and dust the bookshelf. That was one of my chores, keeping the common areas tidy for the guests. The living room was at the front of the house, with big windows that let in a lot of light. But that day, the sun seemed weak, like it was struggling to get through the grime on the glass. The bookshelf was against the far wall, tall and wooden, filled with old books and knickknacks. I grabbed a rag and started wiping it down, but as I reached for the top shelf, I noticed something odd. The books weren't lined up right. Some were tilted, like they'd been moved. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe someone had been browsing. But then I stepped back and saw the whole thing. The bookshelf was on the floor, not fallen over, but placed carefully on the floor, as if someone had lifted it and set it down there. And on top of it, our dinner plates from last night were arranged in a neat circle, like they'd been set for a meal. No cracks, no mess, just perfectly placed. My stomach dropped. I called for Mom, and when she came in, her face went pale. She just stared at it, then whispered, "Not again." I asked her what she meant, but she shook her head and told me to help her put it back. As we lifted the shelf, it was heavy as hell. I felt this cold spot around us, like we'd stepped into a freezer. Mom didn't say anything else, but her hands were shaking. We got the bookshelf back in place, and she hurried out of the room, telling me to forget about it. But how could I? I kept thinking about those plates. Why would anyone do that? And how? The shelf was solid wood, too heavy for me to move alone, and no one had been in the room since last night. I tried to brush it off and went about my day, but the unease was building. Around noon, I was heading upstairs to get something from my room when I stepped on that stain. There was this dark blotch on the floorboards near the top of the stairs, about the size of a dinner plate. It had been there as long as I could remember, and no one knew what caused it. Maybe water damage or something, but whenever you stepped on it, it creaked. Not a normal creak. It was louder, almost like a groan, and it felt like the floor gave way a little, even though it didn't. I'd avoided it for years, but that day I wasn't paying attention. My foot landed right on it, and the sound that came out was deeper than usual, like something was answering me. I jumped back, my heart racing, and for a second I thought I saw the stain ripple, like oil on water. I know that sounds insane, but I swear it moved. I ran to my room and shut the door, leaning against it until my breathing slowed down. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur. We had a couple of guests check in, and I helped Dad with their luggage, but my mind was elsewhere. Every little noise made me jump. The wind outside, the pipes knocking, even my own footsteps. Uncle Peter seemed on edge too. He kept pacing around, muttering to himself. At one point, I heard him talking to Dad in the kitchen, saying something about feeling watched. Dad just patted his shoulder and said it was all in his head, but I could tell Dad didn't believe it either. By dinner time, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. We ate in the dining room, and no one said much. The food tasted like ash in my mouth, and I kept glancing at the stairs, half expecting to see something. Nothing happened during the meal, but as we were clearing the table, I heard it again. That voice from the attic. "Here, Kitty, Kitty." This time, it was louder, like it was right above us. Everyone froze. Mum dropped a plate, and it shattered on the floor. Uncle Peter stood up so fast, his chair scraped back, and he yelled, "Who's there?" But there was no answer. Just silence. Dad told us to calm down, but his voice was shaky. We finished cleaning up in a hurry, and everyone went to their rooms early. I think we all wanted to hide. I went to bed around 9, but I couldn't sleep. I just lay there, listening to the house breathe. My brother was snoring softly beside me, and I envied how he could sleep through anything. The room was dark, with only a sliver of moonlight coming through the window. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a scream. It was Uncle Peter from down the hall. I sat up, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. Then I heard thrashing sounds, like someone was struggling. I jumped out of bed and ran to the door, my brother right behind me. We peered into the hallway, and what I saw still haunts me. Uncle Peter's door was open, and he was on the floor, being dragged out of his room by something invisible. I mean, there was nothing there, no person, no shadow, nothing. But he was sliding across the floorboards, his hands clawing at the wood, and he was screaming, "Get off me! Get off me!" His eyes were wide with terror, and he kept shouting about a man in overalls, but we couldn't see anyone. Dad and Mom came running, and Dad grabbed Uncle Peter's arms, trying to pull him back. But it was like something stronger was yanking him. Uncle Peter's body was lifted slightly, and he was dragged down the hall toward the stairs, his legs kicking wildly. The whole time he was crying and begging for it to stop. I stood there frozen, unable to move or scream. I just watched, my whole body trembling, cold sweat dripping down my back. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Uncle Peter collapsed at the top of the stairs, sobbing uncontrollably. Dad rushed to him, and Mom held me close, but I could feel her shaking too. We helped Uncle Peter back to his room, and he wouldn't stop talking about the invisible man in overalls who had grabbed him and dragged him out of bed. He said he felt rough hands on his arms and smelled dirt and sweat, like a farmer after a long day. We stayed up the rest of the night, huddled together in the living room, too scared to sleep. The next morning we packed what we could and left, never went back. That was over 20 years ago, and I still have nightmares about it. Sometimes I wake up hearing that voice, or feeling like something's pulling at my sheets. I don't know what was in that house, but it wasn't human, and it never let go of us. Story 21. I was at my grandparents' house in the summer of 2018. It was one of those humid, sticky days where the air feels heavy and everything moves a little slower. I'd driven over that morning to help my grandma sort through some boxes in the attic. She'd been talking about downsizing for years, but it never seemed to happen. The house itself was old, built back in the 1950s, and it always had this weird, quiet energy about it. Not necessarily bad, just off, like the walls were listening. I pulled into the driveway around 10 in the morning. The grass was overgrown and the paint on the shutters was peeling in places. My grandpa had passed away a few years back, and since then the place had started to feel even more still, like it was waiting for something. I remember walking up the creaky porch steps, the wood groaning under my feet, and letting myself in with the key hidden under the flower pot. The smell hit me first, that mix of old wood, dust, and something faintly sweet, like dried flowers or maybe mothballs. It was familiar, but that day it felt thicker, almost suffocating. My grandma wasn't home when I got there. She'd left a note on the kitchen table saying she'd gone to run errands and would be back by lunchtime. So I was alone. I didn't think much of it at first. I'd been in that house by myself plenty of times before, but usually during the day when the sun was out and everything felt normal. That day, though, the silence felt different. It wasn't empty. It was full, like someone had turned up the volume on nothingness. I shrugged it off, figuring it was just my imagination or the heat getting to me. I headed straight for the attic stairs, which were tucked away in a narrow hallway near the back of the house. The door to the attic was one of those pull-down kinds, with a string you yank to lower the ladder. It always stuck a little, and that day was no exception. I had to tug hard, and when it finally came down, a cloud of dust puffed out, making me cough. The ladder itself was rickety, and I climbed up slowly, feeling each step wobble under my weight. The attic was exactly how I remembered it, dim, cramped, and packed with decades of stuff. Boxes stacked high, old furniture covered in sheets, and that distinct smell of aging paper and mildew. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling, casting weak yellowish light that didn't quite reach the corners. I switched it on, and the shadows seemed to shift, like they were alive. I shook my head, telling myself to stop being stupid. It was just an attic. But my heart was already beating a little faster, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I started sorting through a pile of boxes near the center of the room. Most of it was junk, old clothes, broken toys, papers yellowed with age. I was focused on trying to decide what to keep and what to toss when I heard a noise. It was soft, almost like a whisper, but not from anywhere specific. It seemed to come from all around me. I froze, my hand still on a box of my mom's old school books. The air felt colder suddenly, and I could see my breath misting in front of me. That wasn't right. It was summer, and the attic was always stuffy. I remember thinking maybe the AC had kicked on, but there wasn't any air conditioning up there. I stood up slowly, my knees cracking, and listened. Nothing. Just the faint hum of the house settling, or maybe the wind outside. But then I heard it again, a low murmuring sound, like someone was talking under their breath. It didn't have words, just this eerie, rhythmic whisper that seemed to weave through the dust particles in the air. My skin prickled, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I thought about my mum's stories, how she said she heard whispering from the fireplace back in the 90s. I'd always laughed it off, but now, standing there in the attic, it didn't seem so funny. I decided to ignore it and keep working. I told myself it was probably just the house creaking or mice in the walls, but the feeling of being watched was intense. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something, but there was nothing there. Just shadows and old junk. I moved to a different part of the attic, near the far wall where my grandma had stored some of my grandpa's things. There was an old radiator against the wall, and I remembered my sister's story from 2006, how she swore she saw two people sitting on it, figures she didn't recognize. At the time, I thought she was just trying to scare me, But now, looking at that radiator, it felt wrong, like it was holding on to something. I was bent over, digging through a box of photo albums, when I felt a shift in the air. The temperature dropped even more, and the hairs on my arms stood up. I straightened up, and that's when I saw him. Across the room, near the window that was covered with a thick layer of grime, stood a man. He was tall, dressed in a black suit that looked old-fashioned, like something from the 1920s or 30s. But the worst part was his face, or lack of it. Where his face should have been, there was just nothing. Smooth, blank skin, like a mannequin. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just this featureless expanse that made my stomach twist. I couldn't move. I was frozen, my breath caught in my throat. He wasn't moving either. He was just standing there, facing me. The suit was perfectly pressed, not a wrinkle in sight, and it seemed to absorb the light around it, making him look like a cutout against the dim attic. I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears, so loud it almost drowned out the whispering, which had gotten louder, more insistent. It felt like it was coming from him, even though he had no mouth. Time seemed to slow down. I remember thinking, this can't be real. I must be hallucinating from the dust or something. But I could feel the cold seeping into my bones, and the fear was so raw it was almost physical. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like lead. I just stood there, staring at this faceless man in a black suit, and he stared back with that nothingness. Then he moved, not like a person, but like a glitch. 1 second he was across the room, and the next he was closer, maybe 10 feet away. There was no sound, no footsteps, just this sudden shift that made my vision blur. I stumbled back, knocking over a box behind me. Old Christmas ornaments spilled out, shattering on the floor, but I barely noticed. My eyes were locked on him. The whispering was everywhere now, filling the attic, and it felt like it was inside my head, telling me things I couldn't understand. He took another step, or rather, he just appeared closer again. Now, he was only a few feet away. I could see the fabric of his suit up close. It was wool, I think, and it smelled like old books and damp earth. His hands were at his sides, pale and slender, but otherwise normal. It was just the face that was wrong. That emptiness where a face should be was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. It wasn't like he was wearing a mask. It was like he was born without one. And the void where his features should have been felt hungry, like it was sucking the light and sound out of the room. I finally found my voice and let out a choked sound, half gasp, half sob. I backed away until I hit the wall, the rough wood digging into my back. He didn't move again, just stood there, and for a second, I thought he was going to reach out. But then he started to fade, not like a ghost in a movie, where they slowly disappear. It was quicker than that. One moment he was solid, real, and the next he was transparent, like a reflection on water, and then he was gone, just like that, vanished into thin air. The whispering stopped instantly, the cold lifted, and the attic felt warm again, stuffy and normal. I slid down the wall, my legs giving out, and landed hard on the floor. I was shaking uncontrollably, my whole body trembling. I could still smell that old book smell lingering in the air, and my heart was racing so fast I thought I might pass out. I sat there for what felt like hours, but it was probably only a few minutes, just staring at the spot where he'd been. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Had I really seen that? Was it a trick of the light? But no, it was too vivid, too real. I could still feel the cold, still see that blank face in my mind. After a while I managed to get up. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely pick up the broken ornaments. I didn't want to be in the attic anymore. I hurried down the ladder, almost falling in my rush, and pulled it up behind me. The hallway felt safer, but not by much. I went into the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water, my hands trembling so much I spilled some on the counter. I kept looking around, expecting to see him again, but the house was quiet. Too quiet. When my grandma came home around noon, I didn't tell her what happened. I just said I wasn't feeling well and needed to leave. She looked at me funny. I must have been pale or something, but she didn't push it. As I was leaving, though, she mentioned something offhand. She said, "You know, years ago, before your grandpa died, I saw a man in a black suit with a top hat in the hallway. He didn't have a face either. I thought I was dreaming." She said it so casually, like she was talking about the weather, and it sent another chill through me. I just nodded, got in my car and drove away as fast as I could. I never went back to that house alone after that. Every time I think about it, my chest tightens, and I can still see that faceless man staring at me. It's been years, but it feels like it happened yesterday. I still don't know what it was, and I don't think I ever will. Story 22. I was maybe 8 or 9 years old, living in a house that always felt too quiet, like everyone was holding their breath. The walls were thin, and I could hear every creak of the floorboards, which usually meant someone was coming, and it wasn't for anything good. My parents, well, the people who were supposed to take care of me, they had a way of making the air feel heavy, like a storm was about to break. I spent most of my time hiding in my room, which was just a small space with a bed and a window that looked out into the backyard. It wasn't much, but it was mine. That's where I found him, the little red kitten. He was tucked behind a trash can in the alley, all skin and bones, with fur the color of rust. I remember scooping him up, and he didn't even struggle, just curled into my hands, like he knew I needed him as much as he needed me. From that day on, he was my shadow. He'd sleep on my shoulder, his tiny body pressed against my neck, and his purring was this low, steady hum that drowned out the shouting from downstairs. When I walked around the house, he'd follow me, his little paws pattering on the floor, and if I sat down, he'd climb into my lap and knead at my clothes with his claws. It was the only comfort I had, and I held on to it like a lifeline. The day it happened started like any other. I woke up early, before the sun was fully up, because the house was still quiet. The kitten was already on my shoulder, his warmth seeping through my thin pajamas. I could feel his heartbeat against my skin, a quick, light rhythm that made me feel less alone. I got out of bed carefully, not wanting to disturb him, and padded over to the window. The sky was grey, with clouds hanging low, and the air felt damp, like it might rain later. I remember thinking it was going to be a long day, because I had school, but mostly I was dreading the moments when I'd have to leave the kitten behind. I spent the morning in my room, trying to stay out of sight. The kitten followed me everywhere, like always. When I sat on the floor to read a book, he curled up in my lap, and I could feel the vibration of his purring through my legs. His fur was soft, almost silky, and when I stroked it, he'd press his head into my hand. Around mid-morning, I heard footsteps on the stairs, and my chest tightened. I held my breath, waiting, but they passed by my door. The kitten must have sensed my fear, because he looked up at me, his green eyes wide, and let out a tiny meow, like he was telling me it was okay. I remember feeding him some scraps I'd saved from dinner the night before. He ate greedily, his little tongue lapping at the bits of food, and I watched him, feeling a knot in my stomach. I knew I couldn't protect him forever, not in that house, but I tried not to think about it. After he finished, he jumped back onto my shoulder, and I carried him around the room, talking to him in a low voice. I told him about stupid things, like how I wished I could fly, or how the trees outside looked like giants. He'd nuzzle my ear, and for a little while, the fear faded. Then, around noon, it happened. I was sitting on the edge of my bed, staring at the wall, when this sharp, burning pain shot through my chest. It came out of nowhere, like someone had stuck a knife between my ribs and twisted it. I gasped and doubled over, my hands clutching at my shirt. The pain was so intense that my vision blurred, and for a second I thought I was having a heart attack or something. But it wasn't just physical, it felt deeper, like something inside me was being ripped apart. The kitten, who had been dozing on my shoulder, suddenly stiffened. He let out this strangled sound, halfway between a meow and a cry, and then he was scrambling off me, his claws digging into my skin. I tried to stand up, but the pain was too much. It was a crushing weight, like my lungs were collapsing and I could barely breathe. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The kitten had jumped to the floor and was pacing back and forth, letting out these high-pitched whines that I'd never heard before. He kept looking at me, his eyes wide with what I now realize was panic. I reached for him, but he darted away toward the door. That's when I knew something was wrong with him, not with me, but with him. The pain in my chest was his pain. I don't know how I knew, but I did. It was like we were connected by this invisible string, and someone was pulling it too tight. I forced myself to get up, my legs shaky, and followed him out of the room. The hallway was dark, and the air felt cold. I could hear voices from downstairs, but they were muffled, like people were arguing. The kitten was ahead of me, moving fast, his tail twitching. He headed for the back door, which was usually locked, but today it was slightly ajar. I pushed it open and stepped outside. The yard was messy, with overgrown grass and a broken fence, and the sky had turned darker, with a light drizzle starting to fall. The kitten was already across the yard, heading toward the alley where I'd found him. My chest was still aching, a dull, throbbing pain that made it hard to move quickly. I called out to him, but he didn't look back. He just kept going, his red fur standing out against the gray of the day. I started running, my bare feet slipping on the wet grass. The pain was getting worse, spreading through my body like a wave. It felt like I was being hollowed out, like something vital was being torn away from me. By the time I reached the alley, I was crying, tears mixing with the rain on my face. The alley was narrow, with puddles from the rain and trash scattered everywhere. I saw the kitten stop near the street, where the alley met the road. He was standing still, his body tense, and then he let out this awful, piercing cry. That's when I saw it. A car had just sped past, its tires splashing through a puddle. The kitten was lying on the ground now, not moving. I ran to him, my heart hammering against my ribs. The pain in my chest was so sharp I could barely see, but I knelt down and reached for him. He was still warm, but his body was limp. There was no blood that I could see, but his eyes were closed, and he wasn't breathing. I picked him up, cradling him in my arms, and that's when the pain in my chest just stopped. It didn't fade away. It vanished like someone had flipped a switch. One moment, it was this overwhelming agony, and the next, there was nothing. Just this empty, cold feeling where the pain had been. I held the kitten close, his fur wet from the rain, and I knew he was gone. I felt it, the moment he died. It was like a light going out inside me. I don't know how long I sat there, rocking back and forth with his body in my arms. The rain was coming down harder now, soaking through my clothes, but I didn't care. I remember hearing footsteps behind me, and someone, I think it was one of the adults from the house, grabbing my arm and pulling me up. They were saying something about how I shouldn't be out here, how the kitten had run into the street and it was an accident. But I knew it wasn't just an accident. I knew because I felt it happen. They took the kitten from me, and I saw them hide him under a pile of leaves near the fence, like he was nothing, like he never mattered. I didn't fight them. I just stood there, numb, watching as they covered him up. The connection was broken, and I felt more alone than I ever had before. Back in my room, the silence was deafening. My shoulder felt cold without his weight, and the purring was gone. I lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling, and the emptiness inside me grew until it felt like a black hole. I kept thinking about that pain, how it came out of nowhere and how I knew it was him. How could I feel something like that? How could we be so connected that his death felt like my own? To this day, I can't explain it. I've never had that kind of bond with anyone or anything else. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, my chest aching with a ghost of that pain, and I wonder if I'll ever feel that connection again. But I know I won't. It was something unique, something fragile, and it's gone forever. The horror isn't just that he died, it's that I felt it happen, and I still don't know why or how.